Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome back to the Lands of Ruin. Yeah, we got more buildings. Well, this is a building. What is this, the second floor? That's the first floor. That's the top floor. So, yep, we got 3 floors, and now this time there is an interior to deal with, Armored Wolf. Yeah, sorry about that. All of a sudden, there was about 4 different people messaging me just like after I sent you that last one. And all of a sudden, it just went bonkers. So, sorry about that. Now I'm gonna move some of this stuff out of the way. Now I think I can sort of semi-grab this building. Hey there, Crazy Wolf. So again, this is all from Hartolia. Oh, believe it or not, there's like 3 or 4 other buildings of theirs that I stopped. I wasn't able to keep printing them because that's when we had that crazy thermal issue going on. And yeah, by the time I resolved it, I wasn't wanting to paint the or print out these risky things anymore. But now we're gonna try it again. So this is the building from last night. And again, that's also Hartolia Miniatures. Hey there, Nugo Matthew. Nice to see you. Huge surprise. We're gonna start with some glazy stuff here. I know that's a shock, and it's gonna have some brown in it. That will be that brown ochre, some Van Dyke brown, and now we're gonna put some thinner in there. So great to see you again there, Nugo Matthew. Hope everybody had a good Saturday. I keep thinking this is Friday. Well, Armored Wolf and I are both wishing this were still Friday. Actually, Armored Wolf, I think we're both wishing this was about 3 months ago. Then we'd have a little bit of time to get this stuff done. Yeah, that would be horrible, wouldn't it? Yeah, a few extra months to get all this work done. We're gonna be throwing more thinner into this too, I believe. Let's do this. We'll be changing this up a little bit as we go along. Just really looking to do the floors and such here. I think at this point. It sure would, wouldn't it, Armored Wolf? Now again, you can see, well, that's kind of a nifty little glimpse of what the pinline wash is like, isn't it? Now I'm thinking these interior walls, we'll leave them lighter, and then I might do some. We'll try to get. Well, I'm not going to do any freehand stuff on this bottom level here. I think we'll leave this one freehand free. See what I did there? We'll just try to at least get a little something here. I do have those little flashlights that I've been talking about. So we'll see if we can show those off with the train. Let me just use this first because there's a huge surprise. I'm gonna have to break out one of my little curving tools to get rid of some fuzz over here. Come on. And that's in a difficult to reach spot right there. I think we got it. Yes, we have slain the fuzz monster right there. So, Crazy Wolf, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat, please go ahead. And yeah, Nurgle Matthew, I mean, if there's something that you've been painting or whatever that you would want to show off in the chat, that's always a cool thing. So I'm glad I just kind of shot the lighter color down in here. Again, I'll have to come in with some regular light colors too, because well, this glazy stuff here, obviously that's gonna travel a little bit, especially with the layer lines. But that's okay because in some ways it does provide a little bit of some shading in the areas up here. You know what? No. Well, maybe we'll leave that lighter there. Let's see what happens, how these edges play out here. Crazy Wolf, well, hello. Hello to the Prodigy there, and also I hope that you're having a blast. And Crazy Wolf, I hope that the printers are still functioning at peak level. And of course, Crazy Wolf, if there's any of your Legion stuff or terrain that you would want to post in in the chat there, please go ahead. Well, we've already used up a significant portion of our glaze stuff here. I think that covers that. Now we've got to do stuff out here. Yeah, this is our ground floor here. And it kind of it takes a little while for these things to get going, but then they sort of reach a point, right, Crazy Wolf? Then all of a sudden, boom, you're just flying through them. So yeah, this will be darker here. Then we're gonna go with something a little bit different for the pillars. Did we do the? Okay, good. We did that first face, which means this would be, there should be just enough of this right here. Nice to see you again there, Deck Knight. Well, yeah, Crazy Wolf again. If you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. And Blades, it's great to see you. So Blades, of course, please share your fabulous Lord of the Rings Muppets there. I think you posted 3 more today, right? Yeah, those were looking really nifty. So very cool. So Blades, yes, thanks for the fromage. Yes, the fromage was very much needed because, well, with Gen Con being so close and just right after the Adepticon meeting, there's been no time for doing slow cooker stuff or anything like that. So it was great to have that on hand. Hey, Russian Blue, nice to see ya. Well, Russian Blue, we've certainly been emphasizing blue. I think you saw the other terrain piece. Did you see this one last night? Here, let me grab that. So that's the one we did last night, right there. And I've got another building from these guys printing out right now. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Blades posted. So Blades, I did assemble one of those Rohan buildings. Now, of course, there's a lot of different options, different ways you can put those together. And of course, well, I ended up making a whole bunch of Rohan buildings based on that size. Okay, so there is that. Now, we'll let that have a chance to set. We're going to bring out this one because we have to do something similar to that. Looks like we need to mix up another batch of our stuff here too. We're going to be rolling through this thinner very quickly here, so I might need to pour out some for myself again. That's a little dangerous there. Let's do this. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Blades just shared, and everybody please give Blades81 a follow. So Blades, I saw that Pun Expected was streaming earlier today. I couldn't join him because I was trying to film stuff. Obviously trying to get as much stuff as I can done before the whole Gen Con thing hits. Well, Blades, I do think that the instructions shouldn't be too bad. Oh, actually, Blades, I don't know, is that something that you might put together tomorrow night while we're all doing the whatchamacallit thing with Monster Den? Maybe that would be maybe a good time to put it together. Let's see. Oh, Yeah, Blades, I think, let's see, he's not really streaming necessarily at a regular time, is he? Oh, by the way, I have these guys out. So this is the warm light one, which obviously that's going to be going in here. So just, again, imagine it like that. Kind of neat, huh? Hey there, Megan. Everybody please say hello to Megan. And of course, Megan, again, thanks for everything. That's got basically 1 day left. So everybody please check out the auction that Megan put up. Nice to see you there, Judge Dredd. So Judge Dredd, let's see. I think you've been seeing then you saw the yurts, right? So this is it's been a lot of terrain here lately. Now we did what 3 of those with all of the different freehands and such. So great to see you there, Judge Dredd. Yeah, we're just gonna try and work some of this in here. Keeping that relatively simple. More inches, really, it's the exterior that really needs all the major attention. Let's get that going up this way. So yeah, Blades, I hopefully once Gen Con is passed, I'll be able to, well, hang out in people's streams or whatever. All the stuff that's impossible to do right now. Hey, Ghostmaker, nice to see ya. It's been a little while there, Ghostmaker. I hope that your Saturday goes well. And of course, again, Megan, if you want to share your auction link there in the chat. And we want to say thanks to everybody that has already contributed to that. That is much appreciated. And of course, everybody please give Megan Paints a follow too on the Twitches. Let's work it over this way. Geez, Megan, have you actually played any games with Nixel in a while? I haven't seen Nixel in a long time. I was hoping that Nixel was okay. Yeah, we're just gonna roll along here with this. Might even mix some more of the yellow in it too. We're just gonna try and get this thing darker for right now. Like so. That's definitely for sure. For sure, Blades. Okay, we did all that. We did all that. Did we get our corners? Nope, didn't get all the corners yet. Now I'm going to try to get some of that Indian yellow in here. Maybe a little more. Then we'll also, yeah, I'm going to throw me some more thinner in there. Yeah, okay. So, Dick Knight, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday, of course. Now, Dick Knight, there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat there, please go ahead. Okay. We're just gonna, again, it's not gonna be super earth-shattering what we're doing here. A lot of this. Then we'll start to bring in some of the lighter colors too. You know what? I wonder if I can use me just a little bit of this here. and set this on an angle. There we go. Now I've got a little more of this to work with at once. It may take a little less time here. Of course, we've only been at this for 15 minutes. We'll get this part too. That already changes this around a whole bunch. So everybody, again, please check out what Megan just posted there in the chat. And thanks again, Megan, for doing that. Judge, that's fantastic. Now, is it from? It's not from not RM Print. I'm thinking RNS Studios. That's it, because they have a ton of printable Blood Bowl teams. Yeah. So Megan, ironically enough, someone that used to buy our miniatures way back in the day. Well, unfortunately, things are a little rough for them now health-wise, so they're selling off a few of our minis, and it was really weird because right after seeing your link, hers popped up, and it was a Dark Age figure that Kathy painted. I didn't remember her painting any Dark Age minis, so it was very unusual to see that, to say the least. Maybe we'll stick with this here. Okay, that sounds good there, Judge Dredd. So that was kind of how we got our start with the miniature painting, obviously, right, with the Blood Bowl teams. And then we started, there was that thing called eBay and that other thing called PayPal and that third thing called Cool Mini or Not. And then we ended up, doing a bunch of that. And, I wonder, is this yeah, I might just go direct into here instead of even going on the palette. I might just do that. And maybe some asphaltum. Or maybe I just, well, maybe not that, because that doesn't open. We'll just throw a little bit of this out on the palette here. Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? Yeah, Horns fan, hopefully you got a little bit of sleep last night with the whole insomnia attack going on there. We're only 18 minutes in, Horns fan. We're 18 minutes in, and of course, this is another one of those Hartolia Miniatures buildings. It's a 3-story building, so there's a lot to do. Let's see. Okay. Wow, that's really cool. So Horns fan, glad that you were able to get caught up. Yeah, I was sorry that I had to stop there, but I needed to get to the printing stuff, and I also needed to get that video upload. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, yeah, the latest tutorial video is up on the Patreon page now. At least it should be. So yeah, I almost completely forgot about that. That is up on the Patreon page. What is it? Army Painting Series 41. So that is the Chaos Warriors there. Yeah, we still gotta do one more level here. So yeah, the level of details that Megan put into that is really amazing. Basically the kind of stuff that you would expect Megan to do. Of course, Megan, I'll never forget your Alfred Hitchcock diorama there, because that was really nifty. So again, I'm just putting the dark stuff here now. Again, we'll be coming in with the blue. what? We'll just do this. Let's just not take up too much time. Let's just hit this like so. It'll just take less time eventually. Wasn't really wanting to do that, but I think we're better off with that. Looks like we needs our anti-fuzz tool right here. That's a highly technical name for this implement, which others might call a wood carving tool. But we know that's really not what it is. We know it's all about fuzz removal. Yeah, blades. Believe it or not, I actually thought that you were working on a second one. Right, that you had finished the first one, and then you got a different size, and you were doing that one. I could really swear that's what you were actually doing. Is everything? Sort of. Okay. So inside and out for that one. Okay, so that's not wanting to stay on there, so we're going to have to, I think, use a little bit more of our blue tack here. Oh no, maybe it is staying on there. Okay. Well, let me get rid of that. Since we know we're just going to hit this, I'll just blast that right now. Might as well just do that straight away. It is interesting with the terrain pieces kind of being painted lighter than they're supposed to be, and that almost kind of doing a traditional oil pinline wash type stuff in a way to darken and tint things, because it's definitely doing that. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. So the spattery stuff that you see on her, that is the spray paint there. I don't care because it's getting painted over, but it does get the color started. It sort of acts as, well, like primer painting. And I think, yeah, we'll mix up another batch of our glazy color here to do the roofs, because I don't think this will be enough to do this and the roofs. Unless it is, which would be great, but I kind of doubt that. Because we also have the railing to do. We got our browns going into there. Sort of tempted to put something on the inside, but I'll just do that later. And again, we are going to be putting these type of lights inside when it's time for all the photography and such. You know what? Let me just hit the railing with what we've got here, and then we'll mix up again. One more batch. Then we'll see if we can maybe get some of the darker blue. We'll go. Nope, actually, we still got to go back to the original level. There's more to do on that with this darker glazy stuff. I mean, this is really gonna. This is the vast majority of it. This is actually really taking care of a huge part of this. Just doing this right here. Now let's do the same thing again. As we say hello to Grand Oracle. How you doing there, Grand Oracle? Thank you so much. So Grand Oracle. Ooh, hey Grand Oracle. I've got right now a whole collection of U.S. Navy ships printing out. I got Cleveland class, Portland class, I think 2 destroyers, and USS Wasp. So that's all printing out right now. I will see if I can try and get those prepped tomorrow, and then during the day on, you know what? I'm going to just throw some of this out there too, just because we're using up a lot of stuff. Let's try out the Richardson Van Dyke Brown, which has not been used yet. So I'm glad you've been able to kind of hang in there a little bit, Grand Oracle. It's been a wild couple of weeks, I know. Wow, that is quite a bit right there. That is a bunch. So keep breaking that down. Let's see, I'm gonna get some of this darker stuff to also throw in there. Again, we're just breaking this stuff down. Grand Oracle, this is almost kind of like the traditional use of the oil paints for weathering. Check this out. So that was, look at this. Getting that lighter, somewhat color, and then kind of shading it and then tinting it with the glazy stuff. Well, Grand Oracle, sorry that, boy oh boy, there's just been so many things kind of getting in the way of Grand Oracle time these last few weeks. Sorry about that. You know what? I'm also going to grab a little bit of that Indian yellow here. I almost forgot about that. I'm going to have to put some more Indian yellow out there. So that kind of changes this around a little bit too. All right, and now we continue with this. Well, Grand Oracles, I guess we could just say that since it won't be the only source of income, you got a little more say-so over that, right? It won't be every brushstroke is critical and vital. So hopefully that plays out along those lines. Okay. Man, I tell you, Grand Oracle, this sort of primer painting with the spray cans and then hitting them like this. I'm really enjoying this. Oh, and by the way, I'm printing out a bunch more of these buildings because remember when I was printing these, that's when there was that crazy thermal issue that popped up. Also, the other thing, I was trying to print with the higher speed setting. I have long since abandoned that. It's like if it says it's going to take 5 hours at regular speed, then it just takes 5 hours. I'm not going to try and shave off an hour and 15 minutes or something by going to the sports setting. Yeah, Grand Orc, and I know that, well, hopefully you get a chance to do a whole lot more of your historical stuff. But yeah, Grand Oracle, speaking of historicals, I do have, let's see, yeah, Wasp, Cleveland, Portland, and then 2 destroyers that are printing up right now. All right, let's change places here. This for this. And you move over there. Boy, you can really see how much that stuff is set already. Yeah, Grand Oracle. What was the? There was each building. There were parts where it's just like, yeah, we didn't quite see that there, did we? Or maybe there was a raid or something that happened, and I kind of didn't see something. I think that's going to happen a lot here. Because there's a lot going on here, right, Grand Oracle? Look at all this. There is quite a bit happening here. So Valfira, I'm glad that things did improve. Hopefully, that's still on an upward trajectory. So yeah, our so happy Saturday there, Valfira. Yeah, let's just keep going with this. That'll all be our gold stuff up there, anyways. And I think here we've just been letting that also just get hit there. If I need to put the blue in there, we do. I'm glad that things are going much better there, Grand Oracle. Sorry, Valfira. Everybody, a little shout out for Valfira's mom there, because remember, was that Friday night, Valfira, or was it Thursday night? I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Thursday night that happened. Well, technically Friday morning, I guess, right, Valfira, at 2 something in the morning. So yeah, I'm just gonna throw the darker stuff in here, and we'll clear it out later, whatever. So you can see how that expands, right? But that does kind of serve to weather things a little bit too. And I actually do have the little lights handy. Let me just sponge some of that stuff off of there. So it'll be these now. I've got two kinds. I've got the round ones too, but boy, that really, I kind of like these too, even though they're really gigantic. Now, yeah, Grand Oracle, it's always a bummer that I can never watch his stuff. I know that folks really enjoy that. Let's do this now. And away we go. I think this is maybe the last wall I gotta do this on. Okay. Whoops. Okay, a couple of these. And now I think we done got it all. I think so. Let me hit the door on the inside again here. Well, at least in some parts of it. Maybe even a second round on some of the wood in here. So everybody please check out the eBay auction that Megan's got going on right now. We appreciate everybody that has that's already bid on that. And that will basically end about 24 hours from now, or 23 hours from now, one or the other. So I'm glad that he's doing a whole lot better there, Valfira. Now, Valfira, of course, now you got to get yourself better. Because gravity didn't just attack one member of the family there. So Valfira, who would have thought that gravity is such a viciously aggressive form of influence on the universe? Okay, whoops. Well, that wasn't super ideal, but we have ourselves some paper towels. I may have to, there might be few times where I have to skedaddle off and try and clean off my hands a little bit. That might, I'm just saying now, that might have to happen once in a while. It'll be less so once, well, this is the messy phase, right? Things must be messy before they can be neat. All right. So we'll stop fooling around with this, and now we'll try to maybe start working some of our blue in here. So everybody please check out the link that Megan just posted there. Alright, let me just get this out of the way, because otherwise I'll get knocked over, something bad will happen. Yeah, okay. Let me get another brush of some kind going here. And let's see what we can do with some blue. Not going to be super glazy on this. Hopefully almost more of a dry brush type of thing. Now I'm just breaking this down here. Prussian blue, little touch of the sorry, not the indigo, a little touch of the ultramarine blue. Yeah, was it 115, the Earth's gravity there, Valfera? It's the only safe place in the solar system to utilize mustard. There you go. So check out that. That's last night's building right there. Actually, Valfera, holy smokes, yeah, you wouldn't want to do that on a world with a whole lot more gravity. It would be even more lethal there. I mean, think of the lethality here with just one Earth gravity. It's scary to even contemplate what it would be like elsewhere. So again, I'm just gonna, it's not even gonna go everywhere else. It's just, we're gonna put some of it there and then just lightly dry brush in there. I'm just trying to re-establish my blue here for right now. You can kind of see where we start in the corners and then we sort of pull it out from there. That's because we're just using one of these beat up old craft brushes here. Okay, now here again you can see that's a whole lot of the staining there from those glazes. Not a problem because I knew I was going to be going over it with the darker blue anyway. And if it does show through at all, well then it gives me actually a little bit of weathering right there, which also not the worst result ever. Now we're gonna let's continue with our darker blue here. I'll see if that top section is, I think I could maybe play with the top section here, and then we'll go down to the bottom one. So at least now we would have all surfaces covered with something, and that's just 38 minutes in on a 3-story building. Yeah, not one, not two, but 3 stories with interiors. And this blue is going to get to be just light like the other stuff. I might try to do a little bit of that same freehand, but with the blue on the interior. I think instead of trying to make the interior darker and going with the gold. Now again, something like this on the inside, if I really wanted to go bonkers in there, I could measure things out and then maybe take that printer paper that has the sticky back on it and then just like we did our Wild West Exodus buildings with the wallpaper and the rugs on the floor and such. So Horns fan, I'm glad that you could be here at, shall we say, a more regular Central Time instead of insomnia time. So, okay, this is the last here. And then we gotta figure, I think I still want to put the Eye of Sauron motif on that door. I'm just letting some of that stuff settle first. There might be another door that doesn't have a bunch of stuff in front of it that I might also be able to do our Sauron motif. You can see that we're not really using a whole bunch of paint here, are we? It is almost a bit more of a dry brush there. Let's see. Well, let's see. Armored Wolf. Oh, it just reminded me. He really enjoys the butter pretzels. Ah, boy, Armored Wolf, you just reminded me. I got to see if I can find those. Now, our tiny store may not have them. Geez, if I had known, if I had thought of that sooner, I could have maybe tried to get them on Amazon. But it's the butter snaps or something like that. I think that's his favorite pretzel. But I don't think he has any allergies. Yeah, he kept saying, "Look, we got to keep it real simple in the dealer's room." So I think all the miniatures, I just am gonna have those in the cases, and then I'll just like maybe have them under the table in the dealer's room during the day or something like that. So unfortunately, yeah, Megan, that's the frustration is that anything I wanted to order for that would have had to have been ordered. The window is closed because we leave Wednesday morning. But I think they're called butter snaps, and well, they were Kathy's favorite. She loved those, and then she got Ken hooked on those things. And then we would now I remember we would try to bring a bag of those for Ken to Gen Con, and he would just say, you know, don't bring 3 bags because I'll eat all the bags. And of course, well, let's see. It's 11:49 your time, so in 11 minutes, it's a happy birthday for Megan. Just 11 minutes away, and then everybody can. We won't sing happy birthday unless maybe the Boy Scout version wouldn't get wouldn't get dinged. So Grand Oracle, I don't know how many times you guys do the Boy Scout version of the happy birthday song. But it was done for me on my birthday just this year by the family with the 2 Eagle Scouts. So yeah, they did the Boy Scout happy birthday. That's the stuff there, Armored Wolf. Butter Snaps by Snyder's. I couldn't think of the name, but Butter Snaps by Snyder's. Just pushing this stuff around here. Maybe get rid of some of that down here. A little more there. Okay. Some of that up here. Throw that away. So yeah, I haven't. Unfortunately, I don't really trust the 2-day shipping thing because when you don't need it, it either comes on time or early. But you know what's gonna happen because it's happened to us all too many times. It's like, oh well, it'll arrive sometime on Wednesday night or Thursday morning. So yeah, Megan, obviously I'll see if I can maybe just find the words to it somewhere on the Googles. But it's best experienced, well, typically in a dining hall. Now, it's okay at just a regular old picnic table or whatever, but to make sure that this rendition was as good as possible, they put extra silverware on the countertop so that when they slam their hands down on the table, you get that jarring sound of all the silverware flying around. Nice to see you there, Clickfell. Thanks so much. This is Is this the, yeah, this is the main floor or the bottom floor. I know in Australia there's like ground floor, first floor. Here that we just call this either the first floor, but this is one of the other buildings that we painted. This one was last night, and we're going to be doing that same Eye of Sauron motif, so you can get a little bit of a sneak preview there. This is essentially like a 3-story pagoda right here. So yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Megan, once July 31st rolls around, I'm not getting back till I guess August 5th or something like that. Yeah, which is one of the reasons why we're going nuts trying to get everything done now, since we will be away. Now, actually, Valfira, I've only been able to get. Ooh, you just reminded me to see if I can find some more packs of them at the store. Yeah, sadly, Amazon was not going to come through in time. Now, of course, Armored Wolf says that's actually a miracle. But yes, Amazon was not going to come through in time with the chocolate-covered raisins for for Gen Con. So we had to improvise. I can just imagine people are going to be, well, let's see. If you don't want chocolate-covered raisins at Gen Con, then that's going to be 2 dice bags right there. That's going to be like a Chicago extortion style event right there. So you can see how this really does take care of that kind of the little bit of overbleed there by the glazy stuff we did earlier. So well, Megan, just think of it. It's a way to make the van go faster, and it's on the way down to Indiana there. There we are. So we got two of the walls done. We'll do these two, and then we'll at least have all of the stuff with something on it. And again, that's only 47 minutes in, and this is a 3-story building. A little more of that Prussian blue, and again, there's some thinner in this, but not too much. Because you can see how it's not really spreading out quite as much as the other stuff we did that really spread out. Because we actually want to establish an edge right there, don't we? And again, if some of the brown kind of gets into this, that's okay, because well, we still have all of our much more opaque, lighter blues that we'll be doing. Yeah, Megan, that was the legendary tale of November, about 20 degrees outside maybe, going 70 miles an hour down the road with all the windows open, as the certain side effect of the chocolate-covered raisins was realized a few 100 miles away from our destination. Now, last wall, and then I think we've got all of the darker blues. Yes, we had all the darker blues in in place. And of course, how do you know when a color is is set? That is when it doesn't look shiny anymore. Actually, I gotta grab me some some of the oatmeal cream pies. That's right. That's been a legendary dealer's room food for decades. Wow, I completely spaced on that. because basically at Gen Con you might be lucky if you eat at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then maybe you eat again at 9 o'clock at night. Otherwise, in between, not so much. It's a very different dietary plan. Okay, again, this is the, that is the last wall that we need to worry about with the blue. And then we will have all of our darker stuff established. Hornsfan, the vendor hall is probably about a half a mile long. And there's, well, Gen Con is about 80,000 people or 85,000 people or something like that. And I do believe, yes, there were 2 restaurants. Now, this was years ago. This was Sunday evening, as in like early evening. We went into 2 different restaurants to say, hey, we just want some food. They said, well, we don't have any. The restaurants had actually run out of food. This is kind of next level insane. Hornsfan. Is this a... No, that's the indigo there. We don't want to mess with the indigo. I am going to get some of this darker stuff happening here for the... Maybe not too much thinner. And we're just going to throw a little bit of that here. Like so. And here, dark on the door. Now, what about down here? We are going to do something like this. We're just going to get a little bit of this right up against the building. Mostly Mars black. So a little bit of Van Dyke brown in there too, probably. Oh yeah, that's another thing there. Yeah, Hornsfan is an Adepticon, huge as it is. It's definitely not Gen Con size, so that, if you're gonna pick one to do, it's so much less crazier at something like an Adepticon. Again, small or big as it seems, right? It's definitely not 80 some odd thousand people. So great to see you there, Elite. Yeah, we only just started on all 3 floors 53 minutes ago. Yes, indeed. Now we're going to wipe away a little bit of this here. Oh, look, there's even some of our indigo in that. All the better. Alright, so you go away. And let's see what's happening with that. Can't mess with the roof yet because I can see too much of the shiny there. So again, that is our building from last night, and you can kind of get a pretty good idea what we'll be doing with this one by looking at that.
So say we all. So say we all.
Thank you so much, JP. How you doing, Grot? JP, thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's 23 in total there. So safe travels there, JP, of course. Safe travels to you. Hope everything goes nice and easy. So it's now a happy birthday for Megan. So let's do a happy birthday toast to Megan because now it's, Eastern time zone. It is now Sunday. So happy birthday to Megan. There you go. Which means, we can also here. Let me see if I can get this up here. And there we go. And we had these all set to send. now that it's actually live here, let's see if we can make this happen here. Not sure. Let's see. Here we go. There we go. So we just sent that off to Megan because now it's time. We had those all ready to go. Still not going to do the lighter stuff here yet. I am going to try and get some of the lighter blue on the walls here, I think, though. Which means some of this. And the Prussian blue. A little bit of the ultramarine blue. A little more, maybe. Let me see. Sorry, what is that? Let's see. Hornsvan, well, Armored Wolf, he generally, well, speaking of birthdays, Armored Wolf sends the wonderful pizza here, which is certainly enjoyed, especially because it can be frozen. Yeah, see, this dry brush is working here because the blue had a chance to set for a little bit. Yeah, it's all about timing. Who would have thought oils are much like comedy? Timing is everything. Can't see, we can even let some of the darker stuff that is there mix. Let's see. So again, everybody just say happy birthday to Megan because now it is that time. At least on the Eastern time zone. There we go. More of our blue here. Then we'll do that top one. I think that should be also set well enough. Then we'll swing back around to our bottom level. And again, everybody please check out the Dakepti Goblin there that Megan has got on the eBays. Again, trying to do a little bit of an assist here for us. We appreciate that. Now, once the blue is in place, then we've got a whole bunch of stuff to do with all the golds. But the idea is that trying to let this have a chance to set as much as possible so that we can do that with as much of a dry brush as possible. If you want to YouTube some video of the opening of the viewers room at Gen Con, that will give you a little idea, Horns fan, of what Gen Con is like. Well, JP, you know what that's like. We all do. So yeah, just look up the video of what the outside of the vendors hall looks like. Let's just put it this way: the Badger booth is basically at it's at the back of the viewers room in relation to the front entrance. And even all the way back there, you can feel the floor shaking as people start storming in. I mean, you literally feel the floor start to vibrate under your feet. Hey there, Doji. I hope the gardening still continues to go well. Now, you delayed the bakery run till today, right? I think you still got a chance to at least do that today. So everybody say hello to Doji. Now, JP, I haven't been there in 5 years for obvious reasons. So it's definitely grown. It was gigantic when I was there last. So yes, actually, Armored Wolf. If I can remember, I'll try and get you the pictures. Obviously, Google Photos has been showing me things, obviously, from 5 years ago. And just last week, it was the Adepticon staff meeting from 5 years ago. And now there's a couple of photos of you guys setting up the booth at Gen Con back in 2019. And I just thought if I sent those to you, you could kind of, if there's been any change in the way the setup has been done since 2019. I'm sure there's little tweaks, but I don't know if there's been any super major changes done. So Horns fan, again, here's hoping that you can make it to your first Adepticon. And of course, let's see. Now it is getting to be a little bit late there for Blades and Megan, so we want to get all of our salutations in before they turn into pumpkins. Okay, we got our, at least the initial. We'll go one more lighter blue on top of that as well. Now, bottom level here. Alrighty. I have not been putting any thinner into this because, well, if I do, the dry brush thing's not going to work too well, is it? So yeah, we cannot be putting any thinner on this. Just using this beat up craft brush right here. Again, employing that dry brush as often as possible here. Kind of starting to work with the deepest stuff and then working our way out from there. More of our lighter blue. That's got a little bit thinner going there still, so that's going to be a little difficult. And then most of the rest of the colors, they get pretty darn easy. What I will do after this, to give all of this stuff even more chance to set up, I will at least do that one, the Sauron motif. Was it the second? Yeah, the second floor door. What do we got going on? We got this here. Do we have? Okay, still got the other two walls to do. So I might need to mix up a little bit more of this blue. We're starting to run a little low on it for doing two more of the biggest blue walls. Again, see how we kind of grind the brush into the paint there? See, with the oils, because you can spread them around so easily, that would be a little bit difficult to do with the acrylics. In fact, almost, well, I don't want to say impossible, but it would be very difficult. So Horns fan, yeah, the whole thing with we try to make with Fort Wapple is that's where people can sit down and paint potentially for hours if they want. And this way you've got people that are teachers, people that are painting for a contest, people that are doing their armies for tournaments. The whole idea is to have everybody kind of side by side by side, and everybody just kind of painting together. So great to see you again there, Doji. So Doji, right now I've got more of these houses printing out because I forgot how many of these I had gotten back in the day. But remember that thermal issue where basically you have to print with the doors open and the top off to let the cooler air in? Well, these were some of the buildings that I was printing at that time. So there was that big interruption, right? There was a few weeks long with the printer, so then I just started printing like the super safe stuff instead of trying to print out these. And then it's obviously been so long that I forgot there was still a few buildings that I haven't printed at all yet. Doji, we really do need that painting TARDIS. We need a painting TARDIS. That way we could all be together instead of being remote like this. And there would be no jet lag, right? Because you're just instantly transporting yourself there. That's fantastic. I know, was it Monte San Savino? That's the thing in Italy. I don't know if that's northern Italy, central, southern. Can push this towards the edges there. For the latest light stuff, I'll probably just use the much bigger number 4 filbert brush. But here I just want to scumble this into some of these hard to reach areas right now, because we need to get a little bit closer to the corners there. So Elite, all of these have been 3D printed. The yurts, the first 2 buildings that you saw, like the one we were doing last night, and that 2-story building from the night before. They're all Gadget Works. Yeah, all from Gadget Works. I do have the one that I made. That would be this one here. And I want to get the braziers on that. So I think now, yes, we have all the blue all across there. Now that can be set aside, and then we're going to try and again get that the Eye of Sauron motif on that. At least the one door. Put you in there. And that's that rose matter. Put that around this part of the door here. Get kind of doing the dry brushy thing here. We don't want a ton of that. Mika Genius, how you doing? So Mika and Genius, nice to see ya. Everybody please give Mika Genius a follow. So Mika, do you got your stream up already? But great to see ya. So yeah, these are the buildings we've been painting. Here's what I was doing last night before we raided you there. So that was the building. And of course, Mika, I hope that all the painting's going well. And I know that things got a little crazy last night. I know you were trying to track down one of those nasty B words there. So hopefully that was successful. And of course, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, stuff that you've been working on, please go ahead and do that. I'm glad you were successful doing that. It was there was a part of me that was worried that I must have brought something in when I raided. And I thought, oh geez, did I bring something in here? What did I do? But glad that was all taken care of. Where did here it is. Well, that's fantastic. And again, great to see ya. Yeah, we're doing that same motif that we've done on the other 2 buildings. You know what, we'll just turn him over this way. So what I think I'm going to do is do all of this stuff down here, so then I can do this. Yeah, I think we should do that. which means definitely working on whatever darkest lines and edges that we want to do now. Now, where's our... Okay, that's the bottom floor again. That's the bottom floor. Where's our top floor? Can we get down? Yeah, here it is, way over here. So there's our top floor, again with that motif. Also, here's some of our references. So these are AI generated. We're going to be doing a wall like this. I've got it already printed out. Kind of that Assyrian blue glazed brick. And then here again was another little kind of just a quickie reference there. So I'm glad it was, again, I was just so worried that I brung something in with me. Glad that was not the case. Now I'm going to get going with this Mars Yellow Deep. And that's also going to start going on things like the pillars. So remember what this looked like early on. Remember how much lighter it was, and we spent a goodly portion of the first hour doing all kinds of pin line washy, glazy things here. Fine, but again, we're just going to throw some of this on here, and then we'll start to refine from there. But again, just rolling with the Mars Yellow Deep right now. And again, it's as much of a dry brush type thing as we can manage here. Think of it, wasn't all that long ago, right, that this was all super wet and we had all that runny oil paint all over the place? Now, of course, too, we have to consider this is that black matte PLA from Elegoo, which is hyper absorbent. But it's not, see, it's not dry, right? Because see, I'm mixing there. So that is why this is, as we like to call it, it's sort of a damp brush. Because even though we're doing a dry brush technique here, because we've got those wet oil paints on there already, they're actually mixing together here, which makes all this stuff take a whole lot less time. I mean, that's the goal, right? Let's put it this way, by the time Monday rolls around, I will probably have printed up as much new Easterling terrain as you've seen me paint on stream. And there's still 2 more buildings that are totally prepped and ready for me to paint. They're small, simple buildings, but I have shown one of them on the stream. These other 2 that I'm printing, they might be just too big to be painting on stream, but that means I can maybe do some videos on them. So have I worked my way all the way? Yes, I have. Now we get to things like the windows, and here, okay, fine, a little bit of the Indian yellow, a little bit of thinner here because we don't need to go quite as dry brush on this. And remember, we've got these lights here that we're going to be throwing on the interior, which will create an effect kind of like that. Again, I can paint up the interior and all that kind of stuff, or I can just do this. And then we just literally blue tack the light to the top of that. No need to do any wiring or anything like that, which don't know how to do anyhow. Got tons of those on the Amazons. There's a whole bunch of different colors. I got a whole bunch of green ones for Minas Morgul, of course. I got orangey ones for things like Barad-dûr and such. And of course for our Dunlending, setting Rohan on fire. Great to see you there, Dark Horse. So Dark Horse, it's fun time, it's terrain time. Because more terrain, more better. And it just kind of happens to work out that these Easterling buildings are small enough to, just small enough to get on camera. Which is nifty, and this of course is my very first army that I ever did for Middle-earth back in the day. Now, do I have some of them nearby? That I do have some nearby. So again, that's the motif, right? That we're gonna be repeating over and over again on all of our buildings here. This will probably be the most distinctive of, well, I mean, obviously, Rohan is a distinct environment, and Minas Tirith, and the Shire, and even our Mongolian yurts, which, well, it's a good thing we didn't switch over to that, because then we would have stepped on Visit the Chronicler, who's just trying to visit us here. Nice, nice and easy. Thank you so much, Chronicler. How you doing? It's been a little while. I hope that all is well. So, Chronicler, about an hour and 15 minutes ago, we started painting this piece of terrain, which is actually 3 pieces. Here's 2 of them. Here's the one that we painted last night, all done with the oil paints. So that's these are all 3D printed buildings here. So that was last night's building, and then here is the first one that we did. So again, that's our Eye of Sauron motif. That's your lower floor. Now, where's our top floor? Here it is. And there's the top floor right there. Again, all painted with the oil paints. So Chronicler, oh, you probably haven't, I don't know if you've seen us doing these, but on the Monday stream, I've got a bunch of these that more of these that I'm trying to prep. This just happens to be the Roma. That's an Italian battleship. Right now I've got, let me see, USS Wasp that's printing, Cleveland, Portland, and a couple of more destroyers. We even painted the Ultimate Unicorn, Montana class that was never built. I will be getting the H class though, of course. We have to start painting those up too. You know, I'm just going to start to throw a little bit of this up there for right now. Let me see what we can do on this railing right here. Just again, a little something on there. We'll be making that later. So Chronicler, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Let me throw in a little more here. Okay, now that is at a chance to set for a few minutes. Let's see if we can start to get some lighter stuff there on that Eye of Sauron. That's that hints of yellow. Some of the Indian yellow here. Where can that go? Also, maybe a little bit more of that orange. Let's try that first. Let's see what this will do. We can go a little lighter than that then. Just need to get some more thinner down in here just to let that get broken up a little bit. Should have had the thinner sitting on that earlier. Now it's starting to break down. And that is much more orange. There we go. So again, everybody please give Visit to Chronicler a follow. Those are free. Put this over this way. Get the rest of this design here. thin sticks too thick and vice versa. So we've got some really thin paint going on here. Back to the orange, like so. Let that spread out a little bit to the side. Now we'll do the same on this side. Over here. Get rid of that. A little more of our orange there, and then we can let that set. Don't have to keep messing around with it. Yeah, let me get some more of this paint out of here first. Now we need to do some dry brush type stuff, and I might also get some more of my Indian yellow. This is be the man. We might put some more of that out there too. Is that nope? That is not the Indian yellow. This one is right here. So we're gonna get some more of that out here. And we'll just hit that and the fast matte white together because, well, that'll dry nice and quick. Those other buildings, I know that the first one we painted, that's all dry already, which is pretty amazing to think about. Now, let me see, is this stuff up here dry enough that we can do? But see, we're picking up some of the darker stuff. But happens nice and fast here. Again, a dry brush. Very, very little paint there. Very light touch with that brush. Because we are going to be painting this whole full-size building, including the interior, all on this session. If we're going to do that, best to not use a whole bunch of paint. And best to approach it with a, kind of getting things done quickly in mind. Not fooling around over every last little thing. There we go. And I'm going to let the corners get a little bit to keep some of that dark. Kind of like if they've been stained a little bit. It also means it's just that much less I have to paint. Because reasons. I know we have to refresh that brush now. You know what? We'll just blast this thing too with the later stuff. We can come back and do some other shapes on that later. Nope, better refresh. A little touch of the Mars yellow deep as well. So chronically, here's some of the other terrain that we've been doing. And those match my my Candish army. So it'll be these guys. We did 3 different color schemes to match those. And of course, here is some AI generated art that I did because I've got a big old fortress wall with we want to do the blue glazed brick motif. And then of course here, we've used the AI to create color schemes for our armies. Where he said, okay, is this color really going to work? Do I really want this type of basing? You go into AI and now sometimes it's going to show you some really weird, ridiculous things. But that's okay because it also it will give you some really good ideas sometimes. And also times where it's going to say, yeah, that wasn't such a good idea. Maybe don't do that. Don't waste your time on that. So you can see, right? That is the existing paint that's there. So that means we have to refresh the brush again, which tells you while this seems like it's dry, it doesn't look shiny anymore. It's definitely still wet. Now we're going to try and get a little bit of that on here on the railings. Let me see if I can just do this one corner. And you can see the difference, right? That this is already starting to make. Hey there, Father Wind. Nice to see you again. I hope that you are doing well. Happy Saturday. So for these particular, well, let's see, for this type of building, I basically typed in show me Osaka Castle with blue walls, gold roofs, and Eye of Sauron symbols on the doors. Now, some results were better than others. Some again were downright ridiculous, but it was good enough, especially that blue glazed wall there. As you can see, we did do that one. So this one right here, that was part of that AI thing, and I said, oh, that's kind of neat. Let's also have that on our buildings, and that worked out very well. And then, of course, remember our elves. I don't know if I have. Let's see. No, the elves here. I don't think I have that piece of art that I used. Nope. Oh, I have the Arnor reference. So remember the 3 different Arnor armies that we were doing? So this gave me, it actually gave me the idea for all 3 color schemes, just doing that one. So doing that one search, or whatever you want to call it, that one prompt, actually gave me the color scheme for the other 2 armies in addition to that one. So yeah, Father Wind, because initially I wanted to use it to be able to make references for my tutorial videos, because there's never the right Google image at all, not for the stuff that I need. And there has been multiple times now, and even this, let me see if I can grab it here. This entire army color scheme was initially tested in AI first. I said, show me Galadrim, Lord of the Rings, Galadrim miniatures, white armor, teal cloaks, snow bases. And what I saw, I said, ooh, okay, well, we have to do that. And that's where we did the army, basically where Galadrim accepts the one true, or Galadriel accepts the one true ring, abandons the elven ring, and now it's winter in Lothlorien. And again, that was all set up by typing it into the AI. What the AI showed said, ooh, that's going to be really nifty. So I said, I got to do that. And, well, there you go. The rest is history, and I've done an entire army so far of about 30 miniatures based on that. And that's actually one of my tutorial videos on the Patreon page. Get some more of that light on the bottom here. So we spent an awful lot of time doing all the glazy stuff, right? But now don't have to spend quite so much time anymore. And see, we can even, look at this. Yeah, that's a dry brushy type thing, but see how it's mixing there? Do that again over here. Now I will need to refresh that brush because, well, now there's a whole bunch of paint all over it. But again, see, as I go down the columns there, it just mixes on its own. Hashtag no layers. No need for layers. And of course, Father Wind, there's so many folks that they're not really used to coming up with color schemes for Blood Bowl teams or armies or whatever. So something like that really could help them out because now something that they're not used to doing, they got a little something to assist them there, and now they can just kind of see what it looks like before they start putting paint on miniatures or try to do a basing scheme. They can say, all right, well, how would this orange and green armor scheme look on my Space Marines? I also use it to come up with logos. So if you look at some of the emotes, some of those are also AI generated, like the Linseed Fellowship logo. And I've even got some baseball jerseys now with custom logos that took me all of about 4 seconds to create, which I will not object to, not at all. Ghost Talks, yeah, it's been shockingly helpful. I have my doubts, especially because one of the very first searches that I put in there yielded a bizarre result. So I kind of went, I'm not so sure about this. But then I kind of got a little better handle on how to use that. Yeah, Copilot, I think that's the one. It's just on Bing, right? So Father Wind, I hope that you're getting a. Actually, Father Wind, you end up getting so many really nifty ideas. Now you say, when the heck am I going to do all these? Yeah, Ghost Talks. That is something that I want to do for another army painting series. I mean, we've done one. What was that on the Howling Griffins? But I'm not really all that into just like, oh, here we're going to paint some of these Marines, right? I want to do my own chapters. So we're going to see what can be done. Now, the one thing that AI does very badly all the time is anything that involves letters. Because AI does not see letters as words, it sees them as images. So it might spell Rohan with an X and 3 E's, and it may not even use letters at all. So it's going to look more like hieroglyphs. But if you're just, well, obviously, now if you're just going to redraw it, who cares? Because you can correct that. So yeah, Father Win, I'm really glad that that is helpful. Just so many folks have said, yeah, you know what, this really takes some of the mystery out of figuring out what the heck I want to do for color schemes. Let me see if I can just get a little smidge of this light there. And now we'll start to get these railings a little more. And you'll see the difference between this floor and I think, yeah, this is the third floor. In a second, I'll show you the second floor. See, look at that difference right there. And again, imagine these like that mud brick wall, right? Just guessing. So now, okay, or the blue glazed brick. It's like, is this motif really gonna work? Again, as soon as I saw it, I said, this has to happen. No doubt about it. So again, we're just gonna, yeah, I think I'm gonna go back a little bit for that pattern up on top there. I don't want it quite this light. It's all supposed to be in shadow anyhow. I'm not gonna put too much more light down here because, as you can see, I gotta stick my finger on it. There will come a point where I'm just gonna try and wash off my hands here a little bit because, well, things must be messy before they can be neat. But we've done the messy phase now, and a lot of that not only has it set, but it's also kind of seeped into the PLA. Because remember, there's no primer on this. I use the Liquitex acrylic spray cans, which also again took all of a few minutes. So see you later there, Doji. I hope that the bakery run is tasty. I'm sure it always is. Always is. So thanks so much for being here, Doji. Appreciate that. And have a great rest of your Sunday there. Yeah, let me see if I can't throw in a little bit more. Yeah, of my lighter stuff here. And again, 1 hour 35 minutes ago, all 3 levels of this had no paint at all. They were completely paint free. Well, with the exception of what I sprayed on with that Liquitex paint. No oil paint, that's for sure. And then, of course, we'll get a little bit of the lighter blue on these walls, too. Let me see if I can get more of my lighter yellow along this. Down in there, I'm not necessarily going to fool around with that right now. I just will. This is ultimately a piece of terrain. And remember, there is going to be one of these little lights in there. So here, let me show you what it is we're looking to do here. And if you check out my Instagram, you will see one Gondor building. So look at that. Right, that's kind of neat. So instead of spending a whole lot of time painting interiors and such, that's what I'm going to do is use those lights because it's very dramatic. And all I need to do, I don't need to do electricity or anything like that. All I have to do is take some blue tack, turn that thing on, and stick it to the underside of this roof. Put the roof back on. Let there be light. And do they last forever? No, they don't. Do they cost about 2 cents a piece? Yes. Or, well, maybe a little more than that. But they come in a pack of what? 40 to 100? So there's more where that came from. And I just get them on Amazon. While it would be nice to be able to drill holes in things and maybe put a battery in there or something like that and do all that, I have no time for anything like that. What I do have time for, again, is a piece of blue tack, stick one of those little balloon lights or whatever in there, and then do my photography, my filming, whatever, and that's it. No fuss, no muss. I can do that faster if I maybe use this here brush. Maybe a little less of the light stuff. Yep. Again, doing that nice and quick. Get a little bit of that on here. Nope, nope, nope. Too much paint. We're going to take some of that off of there. That's better. Here now. Dragging this across. Now let's do. Let's get some more of that here. Can you see what I'm doing? Yeah, okay, you can. First, I thought maybe that was the roof was hiding that. So everybody, speaking of Gen Con, everybody that's going to Gen Con, of course, you have to go check out the Armored Wolf booth there in the vendor hall. All of the incredible dice bags, barrettes. Oh, that's it, Armored Wolf. Yeah. I could swear that Kathy was drawing out a design for an octopus tattoo for Karen. So that was, I just thought, I don't know, maybe I'll try and I don't know how many times I'll get a chance to talk to. I'll try and message him, but I'll just see if I can surreptitiously see if Karen is still kind of curious about the octopus, because well, I know you have one design that is an octopus. I think whoa, was it about oh gosh, was it 3 4 years ago the first time, or was it maybe 4 or 5 years ago the first octopus design? Again, and I apologize if my memory is not serving you well there, because well, I don't really have much memory left. That's all gone. I don't know. Take me a little bit of this here. See what we can do up on this guy. Yeah, I could swear that there was a Barrett design. Actually, the other thing I thought about maybe for Karen, I think she does do journals. So I was almost thinking of a journal cover. So again, this is where it takes way less time, right? Because see, I'm just taking the blending brush here. So all I did was slap on that lighter color and then do this. Why would I sit there and do a whole bunch of layers on something that's pretty darn hard to reach in the first place? Now, now, let me take this and some of this. Don't know just how glazy we want that to be. Do I have... Should I have some of this over here? There we go, right along that edge. On each of these roof sections here. See what happens there. Oh, sorry about the armor wolf. I'm sorry I spaced on that. I think I've seen it in a lot of work in progress images. So yeah, sorry the memory it's not doing too well today. It's failed me on many more occasions just in the last 10, 12 hours. Let me get this dark over here. Although 5 years ago, well, that'd be 29. Okay, so yeah. Neff, don't mind me. I don't know, maybe there was another... Oh, maybe it was just really doing it with a different... Testing out a different color or a different texture of leather. This is... Yeah, that's actually really helping. I didn't think that was going to help all that much, but yeah, it kind of does. It does create a little more depth to what's happening here on this roof. Now we still haven't gotten our latest light on this yet. Not yet. That's yet to come. So I was also hoping to do some darker streaks and that kind of stuff on this roof here. Okay, you know what? Let me take some of this up there. And we're now all the way across there. Blending brush. Can I use... Let's see, that's gonna... Let me see if I can get the blue out of here. Maybe soften this up as a blending brush too. Just trying to get some of that stuff out of there. And I might, use this guy. There we are. So I saw some rougher brush strokes and edges there. Why don't we just take this fabulous blending brush and take care of all that. Back to this really light stuff here. I'm gonna see if we can put that around our Sauron here. I guess I need to thin it down a little more. Like this. Gonna have to do that on the other side. Can you see what's going on there? I think so. Come on. Okay. A little more of that lighter yellow there. And then we'll let that sit. Now let me see what I can do with some of this really light yellow elsewhere. Like on the roof lines and stuff. Let's see what happens here. Again, this is the fast matte white mixed with the Indian yellow. Creates a very simple light yellow color. Oof, that's very light. Maybe we'll stroll that backwards a little. Yeah, get some of that Mars yellow deep in there. Okay. Remember, all this stuff on here on this roof this paint is all wet. So when I pull it like this, even though it's kind of a dry brushy motion, that's all still mixing there. That will happen here too. Let's work that out here. Again, this is a small little brush, but it's almost like look at that. It's almost like it's a filbert brush. Look at this here. See that? Kind of doing, but the motion is a dry brush motion. They're not a dry brush, believe me. Super light brush stroke here. Geez, Armored Wolf. The other thing I was wondering about, I just don't know if there'll be a time for. Just looking at this roof here, I'm thinking Korean barbecue, but it'll probably be way too crazy to do a Korean barbecue. Was the first one at Adepticon or was the first one at Gen Con? I have a feeling the first Korean barbecue was at Gen Con. No, it was ReaperCon. Yes, it was ReaperCon because that was the one with all the crazy birds in the parking lot. Again, my memory is messed up, so that might be all wrong. Let me see if I can take this all the way down here to the bottom level. And look where my hand is on this brush. Look at where that is. Nowhere near that metal ferrule, even though there technically is no ferrule on this brush. Look at that. Again, almost kind of a dry brush motion there. Do this again. This is the Lethal Shadows paint side here. Okay. Let me take No, not not this one, but maybe this one here. Do we have all the? Oh no. Okay, we still have our darker glaze stuff in there. Let's get rid of that. See if I can get some lighter stuff here on the on this. Yeah, there we go. But you can see how I just hit it and I start mixing it, right? Maybe a little more of our light there. There we go. Now let's do this thing. Is this the last one I think that has not been affected yet? Yeah. All good. I might just go a little. Okay, that might be a little lighter than what I was looking for. So we'll back off of that a little bit here. Fill this in. Bring up some more. Didn't add any thinner to this. Maybe I will put a little something right there. Better refresh that brush though. There. Don't think I've done the later stuff on this section. Let's get some thinner on this. And you can see this almost is like a micro filbert brush here. Just a beat up old craft brush. That's all it is. And now it kind of functions again as a very, very, very small filbert brush, which lets me kind of do that same dry brush that's not really a dry brush here, because otherwise I'd have to go in there and paint every single one of these lines in a super hard to reach area. Yes, that would be a very hard to reach area. Okay, I've gone all around all of these. Now let me go back to something that's super, super light here. Take some of this. Fast matte white. Get a little bit of the Indian yellow. Now let's get some lights on these frames. Have not forgotten about the blue. I'll come back and do that again after this has had a chance to set for a bit. I also don't want to go too light with that blue, because the lighter that gets, the darker all of our highlights get. Everything is relative. It's all about context. Lighten this up here. See if we can find a little bit of light maybe on the roof line there. Oh, geez, Megan, thanks so much. So again, everybody say happy birthday to Megan. So Megan's enjoy the first hour of her birthday there. Actually, Megan, people are still setting off fireworks here. They've been going off pretty much most of the stream, even a little bit beforehand. So they must be celebrating your birthday here, Megan. So yeah, they're still blowing off fireworks. So, and again, Megan, thank you so much for doing the Cat the Goblin. Appreciate that. Let me see if I can backtrack on that. There we go. So yeah, Megan, I mean, literally as you did that, there's that. I mean, we're not talking about firecrackers. We're talking about those like you saw in the videos that I sent you, right, with the mega fireworks, that's what's going off right now. Yeah, so we're talking about some tactical hydrogen bombs that are going off around here. So, yep, apparently Megan, I guess your birthday must be a massive local holiday here because there's all kinds of fireworks going off. And it's been hours those have been going off. Hmm. Yep, I think we got one more stretch of this roof. So then we gotta get down there. I'm also gonna do some of the railings here too. So of course, thanks for being here, Megan. I know it's super early on your birthday there. I'm sure that the cats and the kids are probably gonna jump on you tomorrow. Well, later this morning, because the cats just say, "Yeah, happy birthday. Change my litter box." Pretty sure that's what Prinkles would do. Yeah, I never did get any light there. Can't just using the brusher, kind of like a filbert brush almost. Nice to see you there, Denethor. Appreciate you being here. Says, you kind of get bored with just the white stone after a while. I gotta say, I kind of like this motif. Uh, seriously, you had to do that, huh? So thanks, Denethor, for being here. Appreciate that. So Denethor, I am still waiting on the, believe it or not, the Denethor sculpt from Diwali. I think maybe they do like a summer vacation thing or something like that. So maybe that's why. I mean, I do have the printing goes ever on Denethor printer, but really the one from Diwali is so. I mean, you are gonna love that one. Throwing in some more of a light there. So Denethor, I actually got another one of these buildings printing out now. I think I've got at least 3 or 4 more that I can print, and they would be, I think, a little less hazardous to print than some of the first ones that I tried doing from these guys. Yeah, let's just get that a little lighter there. Also here. Also over here. Yeah, like that. Maybe some here. Flip around over to this side. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. Sorry if I forgot to ask already. Now, I'm going to do this little bit of railing here, and then we'll see what that looks like compared to the next floor down from this, and you'll see the big difference adding all this is made. And we're just now at about the 2-hour mark. And of course, 1 hour 58 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. Look at the difference. Right, and that's still the original glazy stuff right there. Again, we're going to be repeating the same stuff we did here. We're also going to do the same, we'll do that other motif on this door, which is this one right there. So we'll do that one on the other door. Ah, that's fantastic. Now, Denethor, What's really fun is this, right? This so that's from Archvillain, that basing bit there. So the one Denethor that I have, I'm gonna toss it onto that basing bit there. The one from Make It Epic Basing. No, sorry, the one from Printing Goes Ever On. Yeah, I'm gonna throw me some more of this lighter stuff here on this roof line. Again, using it more like a filbert brush. So I've got it on its edge. Most people, is that edge highlighting that people do? Well, it sort of is, but it's a much more tactical version because it's also mixing and blending with all this stuff here. So everybody please check out the link that Denethor just shared. And again, Denethor, happy Sunday to you. Actually, Denethor, it's now Megan's birthday. So we have been celebrating Megan's birthday here on the channel. And we'll throw more of our light along here. Gotta get rid of that piece of fuzz. Lighten up that too. A little bit on that edge. Did we do this one yet? Possibly. No, not with the lightest yellow on the railing. Hit that lighter too. Let's try some more of our light this way. I don't think. Oh yeah, I knew there was a little bit up here I needed to get to. With some of my like, can you see what we're doing there? Maybe if I tip it over a little more. Now I think you can. Yeah, Denethor. There's a few different types. I know. Oh, let me see. I don't think I have that one anymore. This one we used for Faramir. So kind of use it a little bit like an Osgiliath style bit. But yeah, I thought that might be just right for Denethor there. Like he's sneaking off to the catacombs. Like this. Yeah, no, not there. Not gonna lighten that up too. Might want to throw some of my green into this at some point. Not right now. Ah, there's a Landrast. How you doing there, Landrast? So I'm glad you were able to get that painted. I know, what did you say? It was about 30 minutes or so with the Mr. Hefty brush. Don't know, and of course it was hilarious to see the picture with M Tellies in there for scale.
Who enters my domain?
Thank you so much for that raid, Sebslong. How you doing? Appreciate you being here. Everybody please give Sebslong a follow. Thank you very much for the raid. This is a little bit of an unusual thing that we're painting here, not our typical stuff. Normally we're painting miniatures, but sometimes your miniatures need matching structures, as in some terrain there. So it's PC, how you doing? And again, everybody please give Sebslong a follow. And of course, Sebslong, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. This is actually a 3-story building here, so this is actually the top floor. That's the middle floor. We'll show you the bottom floor in just a second as we welcome in It's PC. Okay, these are the weirdest hobbit holes ever. Maybe they're right. You know what? Maybe we just got to give up on that pipeweed. Uh-oh, he mentioned pipeweed. What's going to happen now? We got to roll this big Gandalf 6. It usually... Ooh, did you see that flashed? That was flashed, but it ended up as a 5. So Gandalf is safe for now. Here's the building we did yesterday. So what was this, about 4.5 hours or so? Yeah, this is about 4.5 hours we painted this. It's again, it's got the separate roof. Uh, you can see there's a little bit of a, yeah, there we go. A little bit almost like a little restaurant or something right there. And that's all for Easterlings. Here's another building that we did. That's the bottom floor. And here's the top. There we go. So there's the top floor. There's the bottom. Again, normally we're painting miniatures on stream, but you know, again, miniatures without terrain, not very cool. And let's see, here's some references. So these are AI generated references. I've got printed out a huge kind of Assyrian blue glazed brick wall. You can see there's the Eye of Sauron motifs there. And here's another set of AI images that I just kind of threw together real quick for some of these buildings right here. So again, this is for our fabulous Easterlings right here. So these are the guys that, well, actually they were fighting up at Erebor, laying siege to the dwarf stronghold there. And you see them in the movies, right? You've seen that. Here's another one right here. Again, so that's the Easterlings from the land of Rune. Now here's some more terrain that we've also been painting. So we've got we painted up a whole bunch of these on stream, and we've also been painting those. Also 3D printed pieces of terrain for all of our Candish horses, so you can kind of recognize some of the freehand designs between that and the yurts. And of course, here's some of the figures. Now, of course, we also have some fun with, say, some Star Wars figures. We have much more Shatterpoint that we're going to be painting. Tons more of that. So thank you so much, Sabsling. Appreciate that. And well, we got again. It's quite a variety of things here. Whether it's busts, we've done a ton of Tomb Kings here. We've also done Bretonnians. Let's get to some of our Bretonnians here. Here's another Tomb King. Also Bretonnians. This is also the cavalry channel, whether it's mummified horses or Pegasus or whatever, or unicorns in the case of this. Here we go. Let's grab this thing here if we can. One sec. There we go. So a little bit of unicorn action right there, all painted with oil paints. And these are standard oil paints right out of the tubes here. Let's get our big three. Williamsburg, Gamlin, and Windsor Newton. Now these two guys here are just about the same when it comes to price and quality. It's good stuff, very solid. Now this will cost you more, but it's kind of worth its weight right there, worth the extra cost. We are starting to use a fourth brand more and more and more. That would be this here. That'd be the Richardson oils. Price-wise, quality-wise, more in line with the Gamlin and the Windsor Newton. So thank you so much, Samsung. Appreciate that. And again, 2 hours and 8 minutes ago, this building had no paint on it whatsoever. There's your bottom floor right there, so you can kind of see where it's heading based on what we've been doing here. Hey there, Recoil. Nice to see you again. And here we're also going to add these guys right there. So that's kind of fun. We like to add these to the interiors of our buildings. And this is just, again, a little balloon light or whatever that you can get tons of these on Amazon, all different colors. We also use those for things like object source lighting, right? So different colors, you basically shine them on your miniature, and then you kind of get an idea of what you want to do color-wise. So we do a lot of object source lighting here, of course. And of course, we love our Tomb Kings. Here's more fabulous Tomb Kings. Love doing the basing. That's a combination of bulletin board cork, Sculpey, and some printed basing bits. Because recoil basing is life, right? I mean, without basing, there's really no point in doing miniatures. So great to see you again there, Recoil. So Recoil really having a blast with these buildings here, I gotta say. I've got another one of these printing up. Actually, I'll be printing more of these over the next 2-3 days. Because I didn't realize I had those files. Because when I was last printing these, that's when that weird little thermal issue popped up in February. Because February was too stinking warm. And Recoil, again, what you were working on there looks fabulous, and I'm just glad that you're having a lot of success with that. But then it's basing, right? It's always going to make stuff look spectacular. Just going to try and get me a little bit more of this light here. So when we first were working on this, again, there was no paint on this at all. We just did some of the glazy stuff with the oils. And now we've been dry brushing over the top, but again, it's not necessarily dry brushing, right? Because there's all this wet paint to mix into. Now here is our next level. Let's start to make some stuff happen on here. Mars Yellow Deep. A little bit of that Indian Yellow. And then, of course, some of our white here. And we'll go this way. And that starts to change straight away, but all of the dark remains behind. But you can see that darker color on the brush there. So all of this is still wet. However, I don't know, what, about an hour-ish ago? Maybe an hour and 15 minutes is when we were last doing all the glaze stuff on here. So now, look at this. Again, it's a dry brush that's not really a dry brush because, see how dark that's getting? To the point where I'm going to have to come back and refresh that brush again. So Denethor, the printer itself is fully enclosed, which normally would be a fantastic thing, especially in February. But when February is 70 degrees for several days, like a couple of weeks instead of, I don't know, 20 degrees. Yeah, it was February was about 50 degrees warmer than it was supposed to be. And one of the kind of hard lessons you learn about the bamboo printers. And remember Lethal Shadows Gaming? He had that same issue because it got insanely hot where he was. And it was something like 80 degrees inside his printing studio. And all of his bamboo printers started acting up the same way. Because remember, this is the PLA stuff. This is not resin printing. So PLA works by heat. Because I think it's about 260 degrees Celsius is what the nozzle gets to melt that plastic and apply it. What was happening is that in addition to that heat, there was more being applied because all the heat was trapped inside, which again, normally in February, that'd be a spectacular thing. But when February is 50 degrees warmer than it's supposed to be, well, now you're kind of up against it, right? Is that the kind of the plastic stuff, right? Recoil. I have some of it. I actually have like a camp sort of a thing with what almost looks like kind of Bretonian tents. I was going to obviously use those for Gondor. Either that or Baby Rohan or both. So again, look at this. We're just doing that same dry brush action here, but look at how dark that thing just got. Now here, we'll refresh this brush. Look at the difference. Now we'll do it again. do it here. And then look at what this brush looks like. See how dark that just got? However, it's a pretty fast way of doing this, right? So yeah, recoil, I mean, obviously it can be a little bit on the rubbery side, but you kind of can't beat the durability and the price, right? Now this is a little bit easier to do because we don't have another gable right there to deal with. Oh, and Dennis, I don't know if you had a chance to. I think you were right here till the end, but that's the building from last night. Can't wait to get one of my little lights in there too. Oh, and Denethor, if you wanted to share some of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry, I forgot to ask you to do that. And of course, everybody, please check out that link that Megan posted. So Megan, very very kindly painted one of the Kathy goblins. It's one of the here she is. Now it was much bigger than this one. That was the 72mm version. But Hack and Slash did the Kathy Goblin with that little gyro. So Sablon, thank you so much for the raid. And if you did want to post something in the chat before you head off to sleep there, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, it's it's about 12:23 here. It's 1:23 for Megan. So Megan there might be pumpkin time soon for Megan. Okay, we're going to try and get some of that lighter stuff here on that railing. Let me take, I think we're maybe using this one. And we're going to do that, we'll do the other Sauron motif here. Okay, I gotta go with extreme dry brush here. Definitely extreme dry brush. We need that here for the eye. What we're trying to replicate is this here. So that's what we're going to put on that door. So everybody please check out the Instagram link there that Sabslung just posted. And again, please give Sabslung a follow if you could. That would be great. So Sabslung, you have yourself a good night's sleep, of course. Now, let me just use this. Let's just go ahead and use this thing here. Nice to see you there, Grey Knight. So Grey Knight, I think you were in Mika Genius's chat last night, right? When we did the raid thing. So great to see you again. I hope that your Saturday was a blast. I hope that your Sunday is off to a good start. And hopefully you've been able to get a bunch of miniatures painted too because, well, reasons. Now let me get a little more thinner into this here. So again, we're looking to replicate that Eye of Sauron motif that we did on that other door. So this is kind of the Barad-dûr tower here. Alright, and now we'll do the darker part around this. That's fantastic. So Grey Knight, well, if you wanted to post any pictures, if that's all done, you got yourself some Insta or Discord pics or whatever that you wanted to share. That would be sensational. Try and get me some of the lighter blue down in there now. Maybe a little lighter. Let's hit this. Again, a little bit lighter there. Better thin this down, otherwise that not want to stick on there. So that goes here. And remember, we're still going to get the much lighter orange into this too, so let's not go too crazy. Okay, there we are. And now I may just rotate this around. Good. I can see what I'm actually trying to paint there. We gotta get some of our lighter orange on this. There. Not too far over. So we'll get some of our lighter, some of the yellow on this too. But right now, just gonna focus on the orange. There we go. So Rico, I'm really just super excited about this. I wasn't quite sure how it was all gonna work out, and boy, it's definitely worked out as well as I could have possibly hoped. Now these other pieces that I'm printing now, they're probably going to be too large to fit on camera here. So in that case, I would just try and do some tutorial videos of those. Because I think though the other setup is large enough to fit those on. Now let me get this. This is that rose madder. Put some of that around the outside here. Get that a little bit more reddish looking. Now we gotta get the dark, the eye there. And I better lighten this up. So recoil as many as possible. I'm gonna just do at least one of each. Now something like this pagoda right here, probably there will only be one of this. But there's some of the more like the, I guess you could say villager type structures. Those I would probably have multiples of. As we welcome in Silent by Design. How you doing there, Silent by Design? Everybody please give Silent by Design a follow. So Silent by Design, great to see you again. We are working on some of our Easterling terrain here. So yeah, recoil, this building here, I might have sent you a picture of this stuff a while ago, like when I first printed it. But these are the top 2 stories, and then there's actually a 3rd story that goes under this one that's even larger. So here's the building that we did last night. Right there. And of course, this is the building that we did the night before. So yeah, these actually, I have to build a platform for this one. Recoil, I'll just use some foam for this. I didn't want to bother printing that out because that'd be a whole lot of filament just for basically printing a solid thing with some steps. That I can do in foam, right? So yeah, this one is also going to get like a whole bottom type of thing on it. I'll just maybe use my, a couple things of the 1-inch foam or whatever that I've got. So yeah, that is to match our Easterling army motif right here. And of course, hey there, Mr. Riccio, how you doing? So I think you've seen this, right, Recoil? I think I sent you a picture of that wall that I printed out. It's in that kind of the blue glazed brick type thing. So yeah, well, I've got that whole big wall to paint as well. Yeah, Recoil, there's quite a bit to do, that's for sure. Now we're going back to that Mars yellow deep here. A little bit of the brown there. Because I need to also get something on these here windows. And also here too. This is sort of a semi little dry brush right here. So yeah, actually recoil. I just I didn't realize I had so many other files by GadgetWorks, and that is what's printing now. Unfortunately, the other piece of this terrain is sitting on top of the phone, so I would show you Bambi Cam otherwise. Maybe at some point. I'm hoping that maybe by the end of the stream here, that will be all done, because I'm printing basically, well, the bottom floor. Then there will be a second floor, and then there'll be a roof. And it's a fairly, it's a wider structure than this, I think, at the bottom. Not by a lot, but I think it's a little bit wider at the bottom than this one is. But the Easterlings, that really was my very first Lord of the Rings army. I mean, I did like my Galadriel elves. Basically, those were my first two armies. There was Easterlings and my Galadriel elves. I did not think that the Easterlings would be the first army that I would have actually ready to go for those army showcase videos, but there you go. Let me see if I can. Yeah, let me get a little bit of this down here. Gonna do all this before I start doing that, because then I can actually stick my hand on there for a little bit of balance. And recoil, actually Landress. Ooh, hey Landress, did you see what the long stay loyalty gift was from Printing Goes Ever On last night? So basically, I have all of Lake Town now to print out recoil. So Landress, now again, sometimes his buildings can be a little bit crazy. I don't know if that's a much older release, which would mean then, okay, do we have to deal with all those non-manifold edges? But yeah, Landress, sorry I didn't think of it until just now. I meant to send you a message as soon as I saw that, but I've got them all downloaded. Obviously, none of that's going to get printed till after Gen Con. That's cool, Andrast. Also, I'm hoping to do some kind of water effect board there, recoil. Something. Oh, with those rubber mats, right, recoil? We were talking about that last night with the caulk. Was it Black something gaming, whatever? He did those, and we were talking about the different types of caulk. So let me get on a little bit more here. The other thing I've got printing out right now, recoil, is some American cruisers. And 2 cruisers, 2 destroyers, and USS Wasp. So those are printing out right now, in addition to a bunch of basing bits. Hopefully we'll get those ready for the Monday stream. That would probably be the last stream. Now, blending brush time. Look at this. Yeah, hashtag no layers, right? Look at this here. So, see it, just a big old brush stroke there, and now it's all been blended. We'll do the same here now. I mean, there's the easy way, and then there's the tremendously easier way, and that will be this right here. So Landrast, yeah, it's the Black something gaming or something like that is the name of the channel on YouTube. Bithron was, I think, the one that was it you actually, Recoil, that sent me the link to that Black Magic Craft. Thanks, Recoil. And I've got the rubber mats, right? There's like 30 pounds of that sitting in the garage. And then you take the clear caulk, and then that goes over it. And you can even do a little bit of water effect. Where's my, here it is. So yeah, that would be Black Magic Craft on YouTube. And we are going to try to replicate some of that stuff. No idea if it's going to work, how that will work. We're just going to play all that stuff the usual way, by ear. Whatever happens, happens. Gonna lighten this up too. And then we'll get some more light on our motif right there. Just gonna let this happen first. See if I can scrape a little more light on these things. Again, doing a dry brushy type thing. Here too. I think we can get away without having to refresh that brush. Okay. I'll lighten these up just a little bit here. I can see a little bit more of the wood texture on these than I could on the other floor because, well, that was a much smaller area. So these are just YouTube videos, Landrest. I don't know if he does. Maybe he does a live stream. That I haven't really seen too many of his vids. Other folks that might be more familiar with his channel could let you know if he does any live streaming. My guess is no, at least not with the caulk stuff, because now that involves some setup time. So I think I'm pretty sure he doesn't do that. Is this okay? Let me roll with this. A little bit of that. Okay. Lighten up these a little bit more here. So this level certainly has changed in appearance, even just over the last, I don't know, 15-ish minutes or so. And thanks for posting the Instagram link there, Armored Wolf. So if you want to see what some of this stuff looks like when it's all finished, you check out the Instagrams. That is one place where you can see what all this stuff looks like when it's all done. Rico, I think you could say it's a kind of a little bit of mad science there. We don't do mad science here at all, right? That never happens here, right, Landress? We don't take crazy stuff like tile grout, mix it with glue or something like that, and make our own texture pastes, or use the Dazzler dry clay in weird ways. No, that never happens here. So Landress, it looks like he's got basically intact buildings and ruined buildings, which means, of course, Landress, I got to put fire in those. In the ruined buildings, yeah, we got to do some fire in those. Speaking of M-Tellies for scale, there's M-Tellies. How you doing there, M-Tellies? Happy Sunday. Well, maybe not Sunday for you guys just yet. It is Sunday here. Well, we just maintain certain things with it, right, Gandalf? You need caulk to maintain certain things. Let's get the lighter yellow on these window openings here. So thanks, Megan. And Megan, I know that you got to be getting a little bit tired there now. Appreciate you being here. And of course, again, everybody check out the link that Megan posted. and her eBay auction. We appreciate Megan doing that, of course. Yeah, that's right. It's a hobby night there because there already was the gaming session, right? So trying to get this. That's again, this is just a Mars yellow deep there. I think we did some of it here already. I'm gonna hit that some more. I think we already did some here. Did we? Oh, okay. There's the door there. Don't have to worry about it. Recoil, more cork, more better. Now, I really do like the cork bark. That's really fantastic stuff. However, you can, one piece is one piece. You'll never get the same piece twice. Now, what I've noticed is that I can actually do some stuff with the bulletin board cork as far as like slicing that with the razor saw. And all of a sudden now I get much more irregular pieces like the bulletin board or like the cork bark. That is definitely something we'll have to experiment with more as time goes on. Now again, I'm not gonna bother doing anything on that yet until we get all this railing stuff done. Ah, yes, the time of the gamer is over. The time of the hobbyist has begun. Wasn't that what Gothmog said? I think that's what he said there at the. Who knows? Maybe he said at the Ramesside Corps instead of at the Pelennor Fields, but I think that's what he said. The time of the gamer has ended. Now begins the time of the hobbyist. Now begins also a little bit more of our lighter yellow here on these railings, just because. Now the bottom floor, don't have to deal with this, don't have to deal with a roof line. Again, when we get to that bottom floor, I think I might actually skedaddle away for a second there just to get some of the paint off my hand so that when we're handling that bottom floor, we're not getting too much of that all over the place. Oh, and by the way, 2.5 hours ago, none of this had any paint on it. I'm just saying. And this, as far as I can tell, I don't know if the building that I did last night is completely dry, but the one we did the night before, I think that's all completely dry. So the oils do not have to take forever to dry either. Again, we're just going to pop that on there. Where's that blending brush? So now that's a little bit lighter. We don't want to go too light there because, remember, there's a roof that's hanging over this. So let's not go too bonkers making this lighter. Alright, let's hit this column. Super quick here. Now, let's get the lighter stuff on this railing. I think we got two railings that have not gotten anything on them yet. We also have to do our lighter blue, or our lightest blue, I guess I should say, on the wall back there. I mean, not a bunch of it, but just a little something. Get this railing here. Working that along. It's kind of like a dry brush, but not a dry brush because that paint is. I mean, that's very wet paint there. But with the oils, I can just sort of drag it across like that. And of course, since it's mixing all the way, I think there was a Christmas song about that. That means I can just again save more time. Yeah, Denethor. I mean, there's a couple of you could do regular primer or even oh, what am I thinking? Gesso. Yeah, yes. Now, of course, the gesso, if it's brushed on, would have a texture, which actually, yeah, Denethor. There was a time where I used to intentionally brush in as much texture as I could with the gesso on something like a piece of masonite or a watercolor board or whatever, and that was pretty wild. Okay, you know what? I kind of like those having that little bit of light on top of them. Now, Denethor, I hope that you're going to be able to get that done in time. I know that's a little bit of a finite deadline there, right? Of course, Denethor, I don't know if you had a chance to post anything that you've been working on in the chat. Same thing there, M. Tellies. I don't think you had a chance to post some of your stuff in the chat yet. So yeah, if you want to share something there, M. Tellies, please go ahead. Now, we'll put some of the dark in the corners here. Remember we did that on the top level there. That worked out real nice. So glad that you are still awake there, Megan. And now, is it Eastern time that it's 10:42 or 10:48 that the auction ends? Sorry that I'm spacing on that. Now let me get the other one here, and then you can kind of see that dark that we did in the corners there. We're gonna do that on this one too. I think it was mostly just Van Dyke Brown and asphaltum, nothing terribly complicated. That's good, Dennis. I'm glad. I was all of a sudden I thought, oh geez, I don't think I asked you if you wanted to share your link there. Look at this. Look at this here. Now, already some of the thinner is evaporating in that little vat that we used. So even this is not, this would have been a pin line wash an hour ago. Now it's, I mean, it's thinned paint, but it's definitely not a pin line wash, that's for sure. It's just about actually the right consistency that I'm looking for. So it's 11:24, so 10:24 Central Time is when the auction ends. And I appreciate all the folks that have already done the bidding on that. I think there was about 15 bids there. Well, that before the stream, that's what there was. There was 15 bids on that. So that little bit of dark there, boy, that does make a nice difference. Now in here, I'm going to try and get me a little something in there. Let me try this brush, Van Dyke Brown, and maybe just here some of the Fast Matte White. There's actually a little bit of the blue in there, so that'll make it even more of a gray. I mean, nothing earth-shattering here, just a little something lighter down in there. And we'll work this away here. I think we got 2 more sides of this to do. There. And here. It's kind of funny, we're painting all of the complex, like the most complex terrain is the first stuff that we're painting here. All of those Gondor buildings, well, I mean, in some maybe they won't be the simplest because some of them are going to have like a forge, right, with some kind of object source lighting inside. I don't go any lighter than that. All right, now I've got some of the dirt there. Let's do our. We got a little bit here to do on the I have Sauron symbol. Then we're going to try and get to our blues on both of these levels here. I guess I could have used the Radiant blue, but I'm just going to kind of stick with this one. Okay, there's some yellow in there. All of a sudden it started turning green. What? That ain't the right color there. Now let's try this instead. Put a little bit of that here. Like so. So silent by design. If you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do so. Unless you already did and I missed it, in which case, sorry about that. And of course, like I said, everybody, please give silent by design a follow. Now we got to go more vertical with that. Also, don't want to turn this into a Dalek right here. That would be a Sauron Dalek there. Shove in a little bit more of the orange around that. And then there's some of it that goes right here. And then down there where it's really hard to reach. So again, many thanks to Megan for doing that. There's all kinds of really spectacular details on there, so you have to look close. Yeah, definitely look very close. There's all kinds of things to match Kathy's personality. All the things that she liked to include on her miniatures too, like the little Hello Kitties, and there's some Nurgle stuff, and you know what? Let me see if I can't take some of this yellow here and do that. A little more thinner here. You know what? I'm going to let that light go a little further up that way too. Okay, yeah, and now let's start to think about some of the lightest stuff on the railings here, and then we can get to this part of the roof down here. All right there. Still got a little bit of the yellow in there. Then we want to get to our latest blue for sure. And let me lighten up that. That got a little bit whacked when we stuck our finger on that. That might be a little lighter than I wanted to go on the top of that railing. Alright, stop fooling around with that and let's get to our blue here. I might just use this thing. Gotta get some of that gray out of it here. Just getting that gray out of the brush here. It's pretty ground in there because we're doing all that dry brush stuff. So some of this, and then again some of our blue here. Let's make sure we get a little bit of the into the Prussian blue into that. Very much a gentle little dry brush right there. Like so. Now we'll do this side. Either that or maybe I might just grab... Now, I was going to get the filbert brush, but I see we got all these windows here, so I think we'll just stick with this. Again, it's still mixing with what's on there, because this is still wet paint here. That is by no means dry. Push it this way. Now this way. Again. This way. Over here. Last wall. And then we'll go back to the top floor because we need to add this little bit of the lightest blue there. Alright. Well, I got it on the brush. Let's do that. Super light brush stroke there. And you can see now we pick up even more of the wall texture. Again, without too much. Not too much of the lighter paint on there. Very, very, very dry brush here. Do we have one more wall to do here? Yeah. And not even 3 hours in. Of course, having done 2 other pieces already is helpful, needless to say. Alright, let me see if we can... Now I think we can get down here with some of our lighter stuff again. Where'd that brush go that we've been using? Yeah, I might even use this one. So we'll hit some of this and some of this. And that'll go here. Lighten it up some more. There we go. Again. One more face. Blammo. Trying to go almost to... that's pretty darn close to our white there. Again, look at, see how dark that's getting? So I gotta go back over here, refresh that brush. But this doesn't happen if I didn't, about 2 hours, 15 minutes, or 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, do all of that darker glaze stuff that we started out with. Just gonna hit that real quick. Can get me some back of this light here. Also, let me let me try and get. Do I still have? Yeah, I still got my water over here. Because what I'm going to try and do is get that blackest black up here, because that's going to make a difference in how I see stuff like the blue and the lighter browns and such. So let me do that here real quick. It's going to be this stuff right here. I'm going to move this out of the way because we don't want to... I think the other time... Oh, that's right. I did get some of the oil paint mixed in there. That was not super handy. Yeah, that didn't go quite as well as you would think. So these are all from Gadget Works, Grand Oracle. I thought maybe they were from a couple of different ones, but it seems like just about all of them are from Gadget Works. Or no, wait, not... no, sorry, that's the yurts. That would be the yurts. This is all... Here, I think I do have it up here. One sec. Oh boy, no I don't. It is from Hartolia Miniatures. He's the guy that does all the, like the Stalingrad stuff. I think he also, yeah, so Hartolia Miniatures. He has dozens and dozens of Asian themed buildings. So sorry about that. I was having again, a bit of a brain thing happening. So yeah, the yurts are from Gadget Works, And I think all of these are from Hartolia Miniatures. Okay, and I just want to get this under. Yeah, okay, that I can. I wanted to see just how light is this stuff. It's hard to tell when it's next to white. I mean, everything next to white is, well, going to appear really, really light. So I needed some kind of way to separate that visually. It's pretty much the best way. And this is not the blackest black stuff, remember, because that's not the most stable stuff in the world. Right? That has a tendency to kind of be wiped off very easily. So that's why we tend to do this first and then do that stuff. Almost all the way around there. So that is way less distracting now. Not sure, do I want to do that on the, I might just do that on the next level down while I have this going. I'll probably have to hit it again because we're going to be doing all of this, but I think we're going to do it here. And this way, if it kind of comes out over this stuff, I'm going to be hitting it with the lighter stuff anyway. So this actually is a good idea, doing this now. Let me move this over here. So yeah, Hartolia has a whole bunch, and really it's an interesting eclectic collection, I guess you could say, Grand Oracle. Yeah, Grand Oracle, you would have had gotten a laugh at the Adepticon meeting because almost everybody was taking turns going towards the back of the room where the computer was and saying, "Hey, have you seen these files? Hey, have you seen these files?" And then sometimes everybody, like 2, 3 people, going down the rabbit hole of looking at more files. So it was even happening as a group, all going down there into my mini factory and other sites. So yeah, again, I don't care that that went over the top of that because we're gonna be coming back with the blue anyways. Remember, this is the we'll be working on this floor next. We're almost actually getting down to this floor. There's just some of the final lights and such on the middle floor, and then we'll get to this. But boy, it's gonna be a lot easier to see with that being dark what we've got else. And I'm also gonna try and maybe do a little bit more on the inside of this one, just because. All right, let's get this closed up here. Seeing a little bit there, Megan. So there we go. Here's our water. The thinner wasn't going to do very much on that. And now I'll go from here to the brush cleaner. Okay. Hey there, T-Cat. How you doing? Thanks so much. I hope that you're doing well there, T-Cat. Everybody please give T-Cat a follow. And of course, T-Cat, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. So great to see you there, T-Cat. Let me, get this lighter here again with our light. Yeah, I might actually have to add some more fast matte white out here. Holy smokes. So T-Cat, yeah, Megan's been in here. Actually, Blades was in here for a while too. I think Blades might have fallen off to sleep. So great to see you again. We're having a blast painting up this Easterling terrain. Now, do I need to go any lighter on our... I might do one last little bit of light on our Eye of Sauron motif there, but... So TCAT, yeah, if you wanted to share anything that you're working on there in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, I think it's somewhat safer to get down into some of the latest stuff here on the roof. Just because, there we go. Where's our building from yesterday? Here it is. So we did we did a two-story building on the first stream. We'll have ourselves quite the Easterling village here in no time flat this way. And of course, this is all to match. Where's our all to match our Easterlings? And well, obviously, oh, and you didn't have a chance to see some of the AI generated references. So this is for our buildings, and then for the wall, the defensive wall, which is basically going to be that blue glazed brick stuff. There's some quickly generated AI references right there. Okay, I did that one. Let me get back around to this side again here to lighten this up. I keep forgetting about all the Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain that we painted on stream. I must have done at least a dozen pieces of that stuff. Possibly even more on stream. So yeah, TCAT, that AI stuff has been super helpful for coming up with army schemes and basing schemes, and well, now buildings. I never would have thought that, even, but it's only been a matter of months since we've been using it. Pretty much right around the time we started the Galadrim Elves. So I think that was kind of towards, very much towards the end of winter there. It was right around Adepticon. More of our light here. And I think, yeah, this is the last of these walls to do. Then I'll see if there's some other later stuff we can get on the railings and other areas here too. It's a happy Sunday there, Surface Tension. And of course, Surface Tension, you want to share stuff in the chat too, like always. That's just fine. Come on, here we go. Can't really get too much lighter than that. So Surface Tension, I've realized that I have more of these buildings that I can print. I know that I have at least 3 more that I haven't printed yet. Now that was back in February, when all of the super warm weather was creating all kinds of weird issues with the printer. I mean, now we know about it, so we have not had that problem, because not only are the doors off the printer, I've got fans blowing down there and there's less circulation, plus I think there's 3 dehumidifiers right in that area also working. So yes, trying to do as much climate control there as we can. Everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. So 3 hours ago, this 3-story building had no paint on it, certainly no freehand designs or anything like that. And we are just about to get to that bottom floor. And again, I'm going to just stop to get some of this stuff off my hands here, because when I go to handle other things, then we're going to get that paint all over them. And now there's going to be a little bit less of the rough handling of the buildings like this. So we won't have to be sticking my hand on things like that. Again, that's hilarious. Alright, we're doing this. Here we go. So yeah, February was the new June because it was 70 degrees most of the month, which meant things just got a little too toasty for the printer and it started to seize up because, well, it's fully enclosed, right? It's designed to print in a cool environment. Let's do this here. I mean, one 70-degree day in February, that can happen. Most of the month being like that, that's not really how that's supposed to work. So if you want to go from an area that has lots of snow to an area that doesn't have snow for years, just purchase something like a roof rake. Doesn't have to be expensive. Purchase something like a roof rake, you'll never see snow again. Now that might be different for the ones recoil that are not enclosed, but the FDM printers, the one thing they hate most of all is humidity. So humidity, they absolutely hate that. But second to humidity would also be heat. So he had Denethor. I'm just going to get some of this stuff off my hands because I won't have to handle the other roof quite the way this is, right, with all of the pagoda roof and everything. But yeah, Grand Oracle, that was quite the surprise, right? I was not expecting that. You just think, okay, there's this fantastic enclosure. That's what it's there for. Only to find out, well, sort of. Now here, I'm not going to do too many of these, but there are a few. There's some cracks on the wall there as well. Let's do this one. So everybody please check that out. Link that, is that Insta link? Yeah, it's an Instagram link that Mto was just shared. I think this is the last of these walls. Then we'll get to that top section because we haven't done this yet to the top section either. I think we did get the lighter blue. Oh, you definitely did. Definitely did. So I'm also going to be putting a little light in here too, like we've been showing. Get capture a little bit of light over there. Sorry about that, Grand Oracle. Yeah, still no AMS here. Not using that. I think again, I wish I never got that stupid top hat thing. Now who knows? Maybe a year or two from now, I am trying to do something a little bit different, and maybe some different colors of filament might work. But I never should have gotten that. I could have saved that and just gotten even one of the A1s or something like that. Okay, there's that later stuff. So what we have to get to now is this bad boy here. Again, that's the middle section. No, the bottom section. We just did the middle section there. And here, again, we're going to have to do some stuff in the interior, and then we might even do maybe some kind of freehandy stuff on the walls. But we got to get all of the... and we'll probably do our Sauron motif there. Maybe. We'll see how that works out. So yeah, so what we are going to do here is, again, we're just going to try and get as much of this stuff off of my hands as I can. So nobody go away. We shall be right back. Also, maybe want to check out my one printer, see how that's doing. So we have returned here. Hopefully not too many folks left, and we gotta start getting some lighter stuff on here. Not gonna use that brush. I don't think we are gonna maybe use this one here. So Mars Yellow Deep, like we did before. Yeah, even these columns here do actually have some color on them, or some textures. So nice to be able to use that. So yeah, I just it looks like that building is about 82% done. So yeah, when we finish the stream here, it's either going to be done or just finishing, which is great. Actually, the other thing I learned, Grand Oracle, is to, instead of starting up another print right away, at least, well, especially now that I've got the fans blowing on it, just give it 10-15 minutes or so to really cool down, and then start the next print. That's a much better plan. You just get a little bit of this on here. Down here too. So surface tension, the Mars Yellow Deep is definitely a favorite. The Mars Violet is pretty nice. The Mars Red is good too. And I think they're nice and opaque. That's for sure. And that's pretty much all I have. Well, no, here's a little bit of that. That's the reclaimed earth color there. That's that ochre. The brown ochre, which is more, again, it's not a yellow ochre, it's more like a burnt umber. So yeah, I just while I'm taking stuff off of the plate and while I'm washing off the plate and kind of getting things ready for the next round, and then I'll go into the slicer and get things going, and I just let the nozzle cool off. And that was something that Lethal Shadows also noticed. Just do some other things, give that nozzle a little chance to cool down, then start the next print. You're way less likely to have a thermal issue. Actually, I don't know if I had the Windsor Yellow Deep, but I know I had Windsor Yellow for the longest time. I think I still have it sitting around here somewhere. I could swear, yeah, surface tension, I've had that Windsor Yellow sitting around. Now, then the inside, I would prefer that to be darker. Now, let me take another, yeah, here we go, one of our number 4 craft brushes, and let me just, much darker than we wanted it to be. Let me try this. Actually, maybe that might just be about right there. And remember all that that darker stuff that kind of seeped into our lighter color here? That's working out fine because it's created just enough of a dark whatever there into the crevices that I can utilize here. Remember, we're going to be hitting the inside of this with those LED lights, so I don't really need to go too crazy here doing a lot of stuff. I mean, as long as there's a little something on the inside here. That Puro that Puro orange surface tension, that's been a high utility color. Let's call it that. That has shown a lot of utility. I mean, it better at Series 5, right? But still, that's been pretty fun to use. Yeah, just trying to sneak a little something lighter onto the walls there. Nothing too crazy. Just a little shape there. Something on here too. Let's get rid of that. We'll have to. I mean, I was expecting to have to redo the black on the top there anyhow, so not too disappointed with that. And welcome back there, Doji. Yeah, so it's about 126 here now. Get rid of that piece of fuzz there. Now, the wood there, remember what we did on the other one, where we took something like, well, this here. That is some of the, well, Mars, actually Mars Red would be really good. You know, I think I might still have some of the Mars Violet out here too. I'm just going to move my light over a little bit here. So here, this is not so much about making the boards necessarily lighter. It is about making them have a little different color in some areas here. So see that? We're just going to, again, hit some boards here and there with this different color. And we'll try some like a greenish gray as well. So you can see that a little bit different there. Yeah, they're sort of lighter, but not super light. So again, a little change there, and some, who knows, maybe some of them we darken up or whatever. Is it just an interior that we're hardly ever going to see? Even when we do open this up, there's gonna be that's gonna be because there's miniatures inside, so that's gonna provide its own little distraction there too. Oh, one more with this stuff. Now let's try something with our. Well, we do have a little bit of radiant green. Now we'll mix that with the basically kind of a Mars red there. Oh, that's going to be, I think, too. Let me get a little bit more there. Okay, now let's try that. This is, yeah, see, a little bit lighter there. So again, a little different color board happening. And that has just a touch of green in it. And even that is this essentially just a little bit of a dry brush that's happening here, but there's enough thinner to make it flow. And then we'll do the stones on the outside here. We'll get the maybe a little bit of the indigo on those. Again, not too much into every single board, but again, just a little something there. I'm gonna take this. Might be just about time to get ourselves some more fast matte white out here. I'm not gonna do rust on this stuff, but I'm gonna try and see if I can't get this little bit of light right here on some of the little rivets there. Again, look where my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that. But look, it's almost off the brush there. So Doji, hopefully now bakery run achieved. I would guess that folks are awake there now. And he's hoping that the gardening has been going great. Oh, and thanks for sending the images there too. Appreciate that. Sorry, Doja, I forgot to mention that. Again, the brain's not necessarily functioning at a super high level these days. Too many things going on in the brain. Let me do this. So yeah, this fan, I still got to get some paint on that, but as you can see, we've ditched some of the paint that's all over that hand, so that it's going to be a little easier for me to handle the other buildings, and maybe not transfer a whole bunch of paint on them, because yeah, we don't want to do that. I'm going to take a little step back to about maybe there. Now here, we've been doing the dry brush stuff on the other ones, but here I think it's big enough. I also don't have a roof sitting on top of it, like that top level. So I think I can maybe actually get at this stuff with this brush instead of just the generic dry brush. Now I can also see there's a little bit more of that wood texture there. Oh, you know what? Which brush were we using for? Is it this one? This one? I think it was this one. Some of the Mars yellow deep and some of our brown, because I think whoops, that was a little more than we wanted right there of the thinner, so we'll get some more paint back onto that brush. Alright, now we're back to where we need to be on this. We never got the mid-tone there. Little center board there. Again, even that is sort of a dry brush that I'm doing here. There's a bunch of thinner on it, but because it's such a light feathered brush stroke there, and all the paint is still wet underneath there, it's all blending. More here. And I'm going to get some more of that down here. Then we'll go with the much later stuff here. Again, back to this. And this is, even this, not as light as we can go. We still have some ways we can work with this here. And of course, let me see what the light's going to look like in this level here. Yeah, look at that. That's really fun. Again, putting these little LED balloon light things inside the buildings. Again, catch a little bit more of that lighter. It's a little bit lighter than Mars Yellow Deep, but not too much more. Not at this point. Of course, we'll get the later stuff on our blue there too. And hopefully we'll get a chance to do some Instagram pics on these before we head off to Gen Con. So maybe Monday this thing should be dry. The other first one's already dry. Second one is, if it's not already dry, it certainly will be after tomorrow. Nice to see you again there, Jet. I hope that maybe you're feeling a little bit better. I know it's only been a couple of days, but hopefully you're feeling a lot better than you were last time you were in here. I know, again, I realize it hasn't exactly been a week or something like that to recover. Well, here's hoping that you're feeling better and then that you'll be able to get back to working on your big old dragon and such. You know, we didn't get that down here. Recoil it's generally what I can prep, what's not prepped, what other kind of crazy stuff is going on during the week. There's definitely no plan because Rico, how long does the plan survive, right? The plan barely survives 2 seconds after you've come up with it in your brain, right? Now, obviously, that kind of I would like to be able to do the World War II ships on Mondays, and of course, I'm hoping to get back to doing the 2D art on Thursdays. But sometimes, now, if I hadn't had these buildings like this, you probably would have been seeing me paint either the Printing Goes Ever On Corsairs or some of the orcs that I printed out on the Printing Goes Ever On kind of lava type bases. So that was something else you would have seen if it weren't for these buildings. I also wanted to get the the Warlord stuff prep, the bolt action stuff. Never had a chance to do that, but hopefully that is something maybe I can do while we're on Sunday while we're doing the thing in Monster Den's chat. More of this here. And sometimes it has to do with what I'm filming. So there's times where I've maybe printed out something for a stream, and then it turns out that or a series of streams. It turns out maybe it's more useful for tutorial videos. Yeah, let's go. I still need to get more of my fast mat white out here. That's right. So Jet, obviously other colors there are not necessarily Williamsburg. So some of these are just Gamlin or Windsor Newton colors. Things like indigo, Indian yellow, Van Dyke brown. Don't believe that is in that modern colors set. I think phthalo blue and phthalo green are in there, but obviously there's the Prussian blue. The Perline black, it's not a black, that's that dark green color from Windsor Newton. Things like Terra Rosa, that's also another very inexpensive Windsor Newton color. That's always Asphaltum from Gamlin, that's another really nifty one. Now the Van Dyke brown, you're going to want to get that from either Williamsburg or Gamlin, not the Windsor Newton one. So Artemichael, if you wanted to share some of the stuff that you're doing in the chat there, I think you shared some 2D stuff last night, right? In the chat. Let me get some more of our light here. Again, this is not our lightest light down here by any stretch of the imagination. We still have to get our mid-tone and light blue on the walls here. We only just started working back up on this again, 10 minutes ago-ish. So we'll throw some more of our... That's kind of a later mid-tone now. Yeah, we'll throw a little bit more light on this. These slats here, I wasn't initially going to make them lighter, but, well, just kind of changed my mind here. There we are. So let's see. I'll be curious to see that ground floor of that building. That's what I printed out now. I'm guessing that the second floor would probably take. It's where I'm just trying to think. Would it take longer or less time to print than the roof? Because obviously the roof is one of these pagoda style roofs. Because that would be the overnight print. That's the kind of thing that I'm always having to plan. Okay, we're trying to have that printer run 24 hours a day. What is the most effective way of doing that? Generally saving those really hardcore long prints for overnight. But unlike the resin printing, if you load up the build plate, even with a bunch of small stuff, it'll take as long as something that's 10 inches high. That's one of the harder things to remember when you're just trying to plan that kind of stuff out. How to maximize the use of the printer and get the most buildings printed in the least amount of time. Is everybody pleased? Is that an Instagram link? Yeah, everybody check out the Instagram link that Michael just shared. Well, that had way too much thinner in it. That's what we got these for, because it's almost like we got ourselves an eraser there. Then we'll get to some of this on the door. Still got to figure out, am I going to do something like that Sauron motif on the door with all the stuff on there? I don't know if that's a good idea. I think we got one more of this type of wall to do. And then obviously the front door. So we'll have to figure out, is that what we're going to do, is try and do our Eye of Sauron motif on there. Oh, snakes. Where's that? Here we go. Yeah. We can try and get those little sneaky snakes on there. Because reasons. But first, some of this on the palette right there. We'll just stick that over here somewhere. And that, again, that's the fast matte white from Gammon. That's the only one of the fast matte colors that, survived. I think, it's definitely not a jar. That door is not a jar. If there was alcohol served inside, it would be a bar, a door. Alright, surface tension. So again, it's always open mic night at the Wappleville Comedy Club. Pun one, pun all. See what I did there? Yeah, see that? Take cover. Puns are flying around now. Some may be injured, but that's the price you pay for open mic night. Here, let's get some. We're going to have to come back with our darks again there, no problem. Also along here. Then here. Also here. Like so. Here too. Now let this go on here, and then we'll take our blending brush to that to kind of incorporate. Yeah, see, we're getting a lot of the light in there, which is fine. We need that actually. More here. Let me get that refreshed. Blending brush was around here, so you know what? I'll just use this guy. Take that, and away go all those brush strokes there. throw this out here. Maybe take the edge off of that a little too. That's not quite as light as I was thinking. That's okay. That's all right. Get this a little lighter down here. Yeah, so it's layers, right? The puns have layers. They're kind of like onions. You know what? I need to get that lighter around the edge there. Also down here. Still mostly the Mars Yellow Deep. There's a little bit of the white in there too, but mostly Mars Yellow Deep still at this point. Now let me try to get some a little bit of the Indian yellow there to spice that up. Also here. Here, let me lighten this up too. And then again, we'll get that, at least the mid-tone blue in there, and then get our lighter blue. You can see the difference right there, right? That lighter blue we got to get going on this. Let's throw a little bit more of our light along this here. And again, 3 hours and 40 minutes ago. Yep, certainly none of this was on here. Not even 4 hours in. We've managed to do some freehand on a couple of the doors. But unlike our other building, none of those doors were ajar. See what I did there? I'll lighten up that a little bit more down there. Yeah. So these, trying to get them to about where the railings and stuff were on the other levels. Fine, we'll make that later. I wasn't really planning on that, but it just kind of is working out that way. Alright. Somehow, kind of get this brush down here to lighten up that top edge. Alright. We did almost all the other walls except for this one with the lightest yellow here. Let's get that too. And then of course we gotta make sure we do that lighter blue on the wall. I was thinking of doing some kind of freehand stuff on there, but no, I think we already have plenty on other parts of the buildings. I think we'll give that a little bit of a rest there. And I'm just going to stick with that sort of tan underneath this here. I'm not going to try and get... Originally I was going to try and maybe get some of the white underneath there. Nah, I'm not going to bother here. Let me get a little more thinner on this to activate that now. A little more of the brown on that too. A little bit thinner. Okay. Too much and then it'll just spread all over the place. Good. Now we just got it just right. Did we do this wall yet? Not yet. Oh, that is really, really close. Any more thinner, and that would just be spreading around all over the place. That is about 99% to, maybe about 95% to a pinline wash there. I was super close. It definitely is, right, Grand Oracle? So Grand Oracle, it was interesting, those cruisers that I was printing out, I swear those hulls are the same size as that Conte di Cavour for a Regia Marina. Actually, they're probably about the same size as the Arizona hull, as far as how long they are. And they're actually a little bit wider too. I would have thought, okay, it's designed for speed, so it's going to have a narrower hull. Of course, it's one thing to see them on the build plate. Also, too, I think I tried. I'm testing out the light supports on these, so we'll see if that also is a little bit easier on the superstructures and maybe a little less destruction on the superstructures. Now on these stones down here, we're gonna same thing like what we did. I think we can show you on the other building here that we did last night. So you can see how there's some of that greenish gray also on this building too. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I was thinking the one cruiser was kind of an earlier war, so it wasn't going to be quite so big. And then there's the crazy, Alaska class, where they had about 47 of the 5-inch double turrets on there. I think there's, I don't know if it's super firing both front and aft. I know the front was like super firing. Not sure if that ended up having some stability issues in heavy seas there. Well, that was definitely one of the more unusual cruisers, but they started to build them for a task, right? Because something like that could get very close to shore for shore bombardments, kind of like some of the destroyers did it on D-Day. Right, like practically strolling right up on shore. And do this here. Now I forget the name of the class that had the at least, and I think even on the Citadel they also had more of the 5-inch mounts too. So there's like 20 of those 5-inch guns there on that thing. So yeah, those late war cruisers, right, Grand Oracle, you could definitely almost, in a grainy black and white photo, almost mistake those for maybe one of your Iowa class or your South Dakota class or whatever. Alright, now I feel a little bit better about that, getting that some of the dark in between there. Where's my Perline black here? Mix it with some of that. I'm going to take this Perline black, not so much of the, here we go, let's try some of this, and a little bit of our regular black. Again, just trying to find some different colors in some of the stones here. it's definitely supposed to be stone and not wood. Is a distinctly different texture there. I still, I wonder if Lee McCall, I'm pretty sure he did the Deutschland class right. There's still a part of me that thinks if they had just kind of gone with building dozens of those, sort of like if they had just said, you know what, we're just going to build nothing but Stugs and Hetzers, and we're not going to screw around with Panthers and Tiger 2s and all this other kind of stuff. I think they could have had themselves actually a more threatening type navy than you'd think. So see you later there, Surface Tension. Thanks as always for being here. Appreciate that. Where's that blending brush? Yeah, I'll just use this. I think you can see now a little bit of difference there in the stones. Not just light and dark wise, but there's also another color in there too. This has got more of the brown in it. And this is where we can maybe separate from the colors on the building. And I think after this, then I'm going to get that lighter colors in the blue on the building. So we still need to do that. Get back to this. Get sort of a lighter grayish green instead of just a dead gray. And that's, most people think of gray, it's just, okay, it's black mixed with white and that's it. No, you really, you want a little bit more than that. I don't want to go too light on some of the stones here, but that might really be interesting if we do have some decent light on some of these. Also, too, it's starting to bring out some of the texture. There was a part of me that was almost tempted to make these like a blue marble or something like that, but there was too much, as you can see, there's a lot of texture on these things. Yeah, that's for sure recoil. They wanted to go with, well, things like H-class and all that other sort of stuff, the really big capital ships. Instead of just, you know what, maybe these little pocket battleships here, we have enough of these and spread them out far and wide. Let me see how this is going to work here. Yeah, let me get a little bit of that. Do a little bit over the top of the stones here, just to, again, catch a little bit of the texture, unify all that a little. Did we do this? We didn't do that. Face it. No, okay, now we did. And I think I might get one of my filberts here. Let me clean it out so we can get some of the blue in there. Yeah, we'll just clean this out. Now some of the, I guess, mid-range blue on the walls here. Little bit of the ultramarine, little bit of the Prussian blue. Not that much of the white though. Alright, what do we got here? Let me see what we got first. That's just about right. Again, see, we're just trying to pick up a little bit of the extra texture there, also lighten things up. But it is mixing. You can see the darker paint down there. I'm glad that you've been able to get going on the clan rats there. M. Tilly's There will be some of the Skaven stuff. Probably be printing, taking one of those, rat ogre prints or whatever, and maybe painting one of those on stream, just for funsies. We'll take the smaller brush to get some of the other blues there. Like this here. So recoil, I have not had a chance to look and see. Now I know that there was all these things kind of going in the Bulldogs' favor against Sydney. Sydney had injuries and the Bulldogs were surging, but that's generally the kind of game that the Bulldogs end up losing. So, I haven't had a chance to look and see what the results were against Sydney. Megan is still here with us. Megan getting to experience, well, now 3 hours worth of that birthday already. That's kind of the wild thing about being up at this time, right, Megan, on your birthday? Because I believe I saw the first 6 hours of mine, because I think I got to bed somewhere around maybe 6:15, 6:20 on my actual birthday. So yeah, again, my guess is that they did not manage to pull that off, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. They kind of have to win, or they're just, I don't think they're going to be seeing any finals footy if they don't win this particular game. They may not have actually played it yet, but I think it was supposed to be a Friday night matchup, so I think maybe it has already been played. Let me get some more of this here on the. No, let me back. That was a little bit too light. Boy, I'm tempted to put a little bit of thinner in this, but I think we better not. I just got it. Yeah, I got to get a little bit more of that lighter blue down in there. So it's tonight, and they're actually playing right now. Ooh, there's too much thinner in that. Well, if the Bulldogs are down by 30 or up by 30, I almost wouldn't be surprised. Either way, I would not be surprised. I mean, of course, if they're up by 50, that would be nice, because then there would be a little bit less to worry about. But somehow I don't think that's I think they're more likely to be down by 50. Boy, oh boy, I'm almost, out of my fast mat weight again on the palette here. Now we're trying to get some of our lights along these, maybe some cracks or whatever. Let's do that. I think we can show a little bit more of that on this big section here. We have this hole in the wall here, so maybe we should have some cracks coming out of that. A little something more over here on this side. Maybe move this further down. Get a little bit of a crack right there. Something on that. I'm going to figure out what are we really doing with the door itself. We've been kind of working around the door, but the wooden slats, maybe I will just go with, I might just go with more of that kind of greenish gray. Because I think I need a little bit of separation from the gold there. Boy, recoil. there's a part of you that says, "Hey, that's that's absolutely fantastic," and then there's another part that says, "Well, save that for the finals." But they're not getting to the finals if they save it, right? So I guess those injuries really are getting to Sydney there. So this, I guess the Swans have some broken wings, right? Recoil. So should the Bulldogs man it? Well, I'm jinxing it by saying it, but if they win that game, they'll be 11-8. The downside is that there's 37 other teams that are also 10-8. I don't know. I think like Essington, GWS. Heck, I think. Well, no, Collingwood has 2 draws or something like that. But there's a little bit of a long jam, right? I think like the 13th place team is also 10-8 or something like that. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Here, let's yeah, and then we did some of the later stuff over there. Okay, so it must be early in the third. Well, no, what is it? 62-26. Maybe it's mid third quarter. And it's hard to tell. Is it because the dogs are being accurate? I don't know how many behinds they've kicked, and that would be a 1 point thing. That's not that we're not referring to posteriors there. We're actually referring to, instead of a goal, if you kick it between the 2 main posts, you're going to get yourself 6 points in a bounce at center. If it hits the post, or if it goes between any of the 2 side posts, that is 1 point, and then the other side has to basically kick it out of their own end zone. So that's a little bit of footy 101 for you there. So 6:30 to go in the third. Well, they better not fool around with that. Recoil, I believe, I don't think they have maybe the best winning percentage in the league, but it's one of the top percentage. Well, not winning percentage, but goal differential, which of course that is a weird thing to use as a tiebreaker. Now we gotta get okay. Now that we got some of the latest stuff going on with the blue, we're gonna do some more light on the stone. But let's get some up here. And now again, that is just for reference here. So see that's gonna be underneath a roof like that. So we don't want to go too crazy with that later stuff. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Sorry that work did all kinds of crazy things and blew up on you today. Or this weekend, sorry. I know you had other plans, but, well, that's kind of how things are for all of us, right? It's like, oh, you had plans? That's cute. That's real cute. You had plans for something. Yeah. Well, here's the new plan. So best of luck with all that, Grand Oracle. I suppose, Recoil, if you're going to peak at any time, peak towards the end. That's actually in 2016. That's kind of what they did. Hard to believe that was 6 years ago already. No, that was 8 years ago. Holy smokies. Did we get... we did sort of get some lighter stuff over here. Whoops. Almost went too far down with that. That I might come back and tone that particular thing down. I don't know. Let's see how we roll with that later. What is that? So 4 hours, 2 minutes in. Now well into our, I was going to say third floor, but really first floor. And again, I believe all of these buildings that you've been seeing me paint that are Easterling themed, they are all from Hartolia Miniatures on My Mini Factory. So I'm thinking Monday I'll try to do an Insta post with all of these, with pictures of all of them anyways. Take that, use that also as a blending brush here. What else is going on? Okay, now this thing here, we have got to decide what we're doing with the door slats. I think I will try to put that green on there first. Of course, here, let me get, speaking of green, is that our Perline black and some of the radiant green. Maybe this should be a little lighter too, and that will stand out from the wood slats a little more. Yeah. And here, again, look at that's all, that just mixes, right, as I do this. Yeah, that's what we needed to do here. We needed to maybe, and I might, I was tempted to get a little bit of the indigo there. That'd be, I think, too much. So I guess Bontempelli maybe having himself another one of those kind of games. I believe, what would that be? A best and fairest, I believe. I think what we would call sort of an MVP, but they can also say man of the match. Well, I'm going to have to see if I can go onto the, tomorrow, go onto the AFL site and see if there'll be some highlights being replayed on there. I'm gonna try this here. Let me do something here with this. I'm gonna do this. This should be hilarious here. Let's get some of our orange in there, like you do. Hey there, Arid. Nice to see ya. So, Arid, I hope that the stream was, I'm sure it was a blast. Everybody, please give Arid Canwave a follow. And of course, Arid, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. As always, grab a little bit of my fast matte white to go into this here. Maybe more thinner. I don't know. Let's just try it, see what happens. That's fantastic. Everybody, please check out that Pinterest link there that Arid just shared. And of course, while you're at it, please give Arid Canwave a follow. You know what? I might need to go thicker. We've got all kinds of thin here. Maybe we just need to go thicker. Now what we need to do is get that dark right in the center here. Like so. And, well, that might be interesting. So instead of the brown, okay, yeah, well, that's just straight up gray right there. Some straight up gray. So thanks for being our on the street reporter there, Recoil. Again, it won't be long before the college football season begins, right when finals footy begins. Actually, no, I think it's right around the time of the grand final. No problem there, Arid. Oh, hey, I guess Katy Perry is doing the halftime show, or is that the pregame show at the speaking of the grand final? I do believe that Katy Perry is going to be doing the entertainment there. At least that's what I saw a night or two ago in Footy News. Yeah, okay, that is definitely much more like what I wanted to see there. It's got a little weird, not a lot of shape or anything, and then maybe here too I can actually paint in a little bit of wood grain on those doors again with that gray. And we'll try this down here. Also over here. On stone. I don't know. Let me try a. Here's another one of my number fours. Alright. Just that last bit there to lighten that up a little. I still see the colors underneath, which is good. Let me lighten this up a bit more. Yeah, let's have at it. One more shot. There. So yeah, I think it's good that we're picking up that little bit of extra texture right there around the outside here. I'm going to see if I can't use the last of my white yellow here in a couple of places. So everybody, again, please check out the, again, that's the auction that Megan has going on, trying to give us a little bit of a hand here, which we always appreciate. Okay, so, well, the doggies are kind of inaccurate at goal, but the Swans aren't getting too many opportunities. Well, yeah, if that midfield is going crazy like that with a lot of clearances and such, I guess that doesn't really give the Swans many inside 50s anyway. So if they've only had 8 shots at goal, when you have more goals than they have shots on goal, that's generally going to end up pretty good for you. Now, all I can hope there, Recoil, is that the Swans just kind of say, well, we're kind of locked into our position. Now, I don't know if it happens. I don't think it happens as much in Aussie rules as it does here. But whether it's baseball, basketball, football, whatever, if a team's playoff position is decided and there's a game or two left, they basically just throw the game. They'll play 7 stringers if they can, which obviously then kind of skews the results of teams that maybe are trying to get into the playoffs. And how there's one team that's not trying to win at all. But there's only 4 guys on the bench, so it's kind of hard to do that unless you just pick a whole different team and just say, well, all of our top line players, they're just going to be taking a rest this week. But again, that might just be a phenomenon of over here, and I'm not quite sure that happens over there. So yeah, see, I didn't think so. And now you know why I kind of gravitated towards footy. Because, again, there's somebody laying there in the middle of the field. And what you're going to hear play on. It's like if he lays there long enough, the pigeons will start trying to peck out his eyes. That'll wake him up. Alright, we need to get a little bit more light on the edge over here. So again, was it 10:42 my time, Megan? So I might actually be on Monster Den's on his little get-together there when that's ending. I don't know if it's changed at all since what it was when I sent you that screen cap. That feels like forever ago. That was what, about maybe 8 something ish our time. And I'm gonna throw a little bit light up there. Let me see if I can't try. Maybe take these other brushes here, like this one. Maybe I will mix a little bit of indigo with that Mars black. I'm gonna try and get a little more definition on these guys here. Again, it's a if that were resin style printing, there'd be precise resolution there. This is not resin style printing. This is FDM. So this stuff is going to be a little bit rougher here. And yeah, when there's a grudge match, I think too, because players don't change teams every year like they do here. So I think the rivalries there tend to, I don't know, I think they tend to exist more than they do here. It's one thing, and it's different in college. Well, even in college, that's starting to change. Megan, that's the thing in Monster Den mini stream. I forget what it's called. I don't know if it's not called the Miniature Painting Guild, but basically, some of us we were in the Discord voice thing or something like that, and essentially answering questions from the folks in the chat. So it's kind of supposed to be a bit of a knowledge bomb. So the doggies kicked the first 5 goals. I guess, well, let's see. What is it? Sons of the West, red, white, and blue. Bulldogs come out, no, we will come out snarling. Bulldogs through and through. Let's see, Bulldogs fight. Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. And then there's that part that I forget, and then it's the team of the mighty West. That's how it ends. There's one little part in there that I can never remember right at the end. And yes, when a team wins in Aussie rules football, they all get together and they have to sing the team song at the end in the locker room. They don't do it very well, but that's what they have to do. Again, that's a little bit different than American sports. I don't think you'd see that happen in here. Do I want to? Okay, we didn't do this little dark here. Yeah. Now, there's only one other example of that in U.S. sports that I know of, and of course, my favorite game every year, doesn't matter what sport it is the Army-Navy game. And of course, if you win the game, you actually sing your song second. So the quote is "sing second." And so if you lose, you go over to your sideline and you sing your alma mater. And then the winning side gets to do that second. Now we gotta restore some of the darker. There's a couple of places, remember, where we had too much thinner on the brush. And that's where we're gonna come up there. See, there's one right over here. Look at that, not a problem. And we've got plenty of texture now on those walls, don't we? Looky there, plenty of texture. And we'll fire this down here. Now, I think we'll get me some more of that orange up on there. He's always looking at you. Sauron's always there looking at you. So yeah, we got too much of the white. Then I'm gonna get me some more of the orange in here. Other side. So Megan, I think that that begins 6 o'clock my time. So it most likely would be over by then, I think. But I'm not quite sure. All I know is that I'll be prepping dozens of miniatures during that, like I did during the last one. Do I okay, a little bit of the Indian yellow into this. Now, that's going to be super thick. Let me just make that really, really thick. Showing up, that's what I needed to do. Yep, look at that. Just had to make it thicker. Thin sticks to thick, and vice versa. And there we go. Okay. One more dose of that. Well, now of course we have a whole bunch of thick paint there. We might have to go in the opposite direction. And try and get a little bit more of my yellow on some of the door right here. And then I might go back up to the top floor. I'm just looking at the top of the roof there. We might do a little something on that. Actually, well, Rico, it's getting to be it's almost getting to be time for chow there. I mean, it's 2:28 here. Is it 3:28 there? In the afternoon, or is it 4:28? All right, let me go back to this here. And it's up there. I will get some more fast matte white out here just to take care of this. Fast matte white. There it is. And we'll definitely retire this palette because I've used it for one army painting video and I think 2 of these terrain painting streams. So yes, this say goodbye, say farewell to this palette after this here stream. I guess I did get that just about as light as I could up there. I think I'm going to try and get a little bit of light on these things up here. You can't be the bulldog, boys of the bulldog race. This, you see that I always screw that up? Yes, indeed. And there's also another part of the national anthem that I screw up on. Before the final dramatic Advance Australia Fair. Yeah, there's another part that I forget there. I don't know how many verses there actually are in it. But I do know that Australians o'er our land rejoice, for we are young and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. I believe that's how that goes. I'm going to get me a little, yeah, there's these little things up here. We'll lighten up those 2. Fine. Wasn't even sure those were there. But now, yeah, oh yeah, that does help there. Yeah, it's a quick one. What's weird is that at all the footy matches, well, maybe they've changed, but when we used to get a chance to see them, on TV, it was always just a recording that they would play. I'm sure maybe for the even for the grand final, it was always the same lady's voice. Now let me get some of this like down here on these. Oh, you know what? They're also on here. I just noticed. Yep. So I'll try and come back and get those too. Here. Also down there, kind of misplaced that. Oh, I think I can lighten up this a little more too. Megan. Oh, well, look at that. Speaking of national anthems, there. Megan, that's really fantastic. So, Megan, if you have any, oh, you'll have to send us some footage of that. I'm sure it had to be recorded at some point. Then you can do it at the Super Bowl. It won't be any pressure at all. I mean, it's not like they don't take bets on how long it's going to take to sing the national anthem at the Super Bowl. So yeah, there'd be absolutely no pressure doing that. Let me lighten this up here. Now, Megan, I think you've heard the story that of the 7 kids, I'm the only one that did not play instruments. And by play instruments, I mean, play 20 of them, compose symphonies in 4 languages, minor stuff like that. So yeah, they all play multiple instruments. You know what? Let me a little bit of the orange over here. So it might be, maybe this, whoops, don't want to get too much of the thinner on that. Do we have ourselves kind of, yes, we got kind of an in-between point here now. That's good. Because we kind of had just direct to dark from our latest light. Of course, you just imagine the audience naked, right? That takes away all the nervousness. Yeah, I mean, it would only be like 73,000 of them, all basically apparently naked all of a sudden. That would not be the least bit distracting trying to sing that. And that's the one. In history's page, let every stage advance. That's the part I always forget, Rico. That's one of the reasons I could never play music because, like, for whatever reason, that one part, I can never remember that part. Can never remember that. Everything else, yes, but that one part there, it's what, 4 or 5 words? Can't remember it for the life of me. Now, again, I didn't exactly grow up with that anthem. I think I hadn't heard it in 2008. I think that's when we started. We had our one chance to actually be able to watch footy matches. They weren't live, obviously. They were they were 1 week old by the time we saw them. All right, so now we've got our Eye of Sauron there. All right, let me take the. There it is, my super late stuff. Let me just get a little bit of that over here. Again, I'm not going to be setting my finger on this. Better not, anyways. Get the lightest light down here. Now utilizing my liner brush here. Which, yeah, the bristles on this are much more stiff. It makes this kind of stuff a whole lot easier. Again, you can see the hand is nowhere near that metal ferrule of the brush. I think actually that is all just probably some that I should actually remove there, but whatever. And of course, oh, I think I sent you the picture of Australia rails, right, Recoil? That was something that Kathy got me for my birthday. I think ultimately we had India rails, China rails, lunar rails. We had Japan rails. What was the other one? Oh, we Empire Builders. That was like the fantasy one, or no, that was the U.S. one. I think those are all out of print now. All the rails games. So Megan, I'm glad that you. Speaking of concerts, I'm glad that you were able to do some of that. I know you were saying you really like to do that. Megan, I think it's just because so many people are, and also too, it's a really weird song to sing, right? There's a lot of weird ups and downs to it, and it kind of, if you start out too high, you're in deep doo doo because you got nowhere to go from there. And I think that's the mistake some people make is they go in too hot, too strong at the start, and it only just keeps rising and rising and rising. And they're like, now they're kind of hanging off the ledge, right? Oh yeah, look at that. Look at the difference that let me. Oh, oh, that's right. I did this on the second. No, not on this one. So let's make these match what we did on that second level. Okay, these couple here, and I think now we got those all matching. Yeah, I really enjoyed music and all that, but it was just very frustrating trying to play instruments, but I'm also the only one that does this, which is why I thought for the longest time that I was adopted. Because everybody else did the music, not me. I did this, none of them did this. Let me get the touch more light over here. Of course, the one thing that does run through everybody is all the teaching. That definitely runs through everybody. Oh dear. Never did get the latest light on this. So, better late than never. I might even try to get a little bit of this lightest light right along the edge there of that. Make it, I think it was, I think Tom also, I think he played French horn, yeah. He was in the marching band. Actually, I think he played the tuba in the marching band. Now we're getting some more of our light on these guys up here. I think we did that on those already. Where's my blending brush? Oh, there you are. Actually, let me get a little bit of paint off of this here. Again, not using any liquid to clean that off. There we go. Much better. I'm gonna try and get some light on these two posts here too. Yeah. This one here. Oh yeah, we could really get some Strong light on that. Now we'll take this here blending brush. Push that around. Push this around. Like that. Some more here. Yeah, there's all kinds of wild instruments to end up with in the marching band. Ooh, okay, don't want to be sticking my hand on that too much. I don't want to be removing that paint and have to put that back on there. Yeah, I think we got these pretty much taken care of now. Fine, I'll do the edge on all of these. I wasn't going to initially, but I think we have to. This thing up here. Ah, okay, yeah. We haven't really quite gotten all the light on all the way around it here. Somewhere is that blending brush. Again, just a little tap right there. That's it. Also a bit more up there and then here. You can see there's a little bit of texture to be had there. Oh, we never did do these guys. Maybe we'll have that run down the set. I mean, it is the top level after all. It's like, well, the top level of the top level. So sure, let's, I think we should have a little more light up there. Well, that wasn't too hard, was it? Ray Division, nice to see you back. Happy Sunday. Here's hoping that your Sunday has been off to a fabulous start. Ah, we did this on the second one, not on this one. Alright, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Not to worry. Anything else there? Sure. Some of that. A little here, and now a little light there. I've got this. Is this going to be... That's going to be too light there, so I'm going to back off, grab some of that, some more of that Mars Yellow Deep. And fine, I'm going to let a little bit more of that light get into the stuff here. Also going to try and get some wood texture in there because the other ones have wood texture there. Now, Ray Division, I hope that it's tasty victuals and you have fun with good company there. Now, I guess Vegan, we have to ask: is there going to be a cake? And if there's going to be a cake, what kind of cake? And if there's going to be a cake, is there going to be ice cream? And of course, if there's ice cream, is there going to be magic shell? Because generally it would be cake with ice cream, then magic shell, maybe some more ice cream, then frosting from at least one or two other people that gave me their frosting, with possibly some more magic shell on top of that. So we've got it. So they've actually expanded that lead, sort of. Yeah, they've kind of maintained it. So we've got a 52-point win right now. Oh, that sounds good. Boy, they are very lucky folks there, Ray Division. So Megan doesn't need cake, but Megan had pierogies. Boy, it's been many years since I had one of those. Probably like 10, 12 years or something. So, boy, recoil, did I not say 50 points? Up or down? So, boy, that'll put him at, what, 11 and 8 recoil? Actually, if the Swans keep losing like this, because I think they actually had 4 losses. They only had one for most of the season. Now, of course, I don't know where Geelong is in all this, and of course, there's been Port Adelaide has been very surprising. So yeah, of course, recoil when we have our painting TARDIS. Just think of how many footy games we can drop in on. We can even head on down to Hobart and catch the Tassies down there with their fabulous new stadium. So yeah, Ray Division. Well, we've got actually 3 stories to this building, but we're trying to replicate the motif that I used on all of my Easterlings here. Where's our other building? Here's our other building that we did. Right there. And here's, well, this is the top floor of the first building that we tried. Here, let's get the bottom floor because it has both of the motifs. So, again, that's for our Easterlings. Which one are we using? We're still using, yeah, we're still using this. Recoil, yeah, I do believe have they actually won 2 games this season? Thank you so much, Ray Division. I don't know if you had a chance to see also too. Let me scroll down here. So we've been painting these, which, oh, look at that, they kind of match these, don't they? So we're finally getting down to the terrain phase. We got a lot of army painting left to do, but now we're finally getting down to the terrain for our armies here. Recoil, well, don't take this as an insult or something like that, but in the early days, it was hard for me as highlights would be playing to distinguish the roos from the cats. So Ray Division, I know the last few streams we've been painting 4 or 5 in the same stream. Now, of course, sometimes when we've got something like our cavalry here, we'll do one of these in about a 4-hour stream or so, something like that. Now, other things maybe are a little bit, well, even stuff like this too. That was probably about a 5-hour stream or so, but we did everything. It's all start to finish. Recoil. Now, what was that game that you were playing there, Armored Wolf, with the goats going up and down the hill and stuff like that? Yeah, that 8th spot, right? Recoil. That's talk about, well, in racing, in qualifying, they say you're on the bubble. That is the proverbial bubble right there, right? Recoil. But now it is Sunday there, so that would I think that would conclude this week's games. And of course, there's no more buys, right? The buys are over. Let's see if we can't throw in a little bit more of our lightest light on the ends of these. Again, without sticking my hand on stuff. Recoil, it's I know they haven't won a whole lot of premierships, but they certainly they're never at the bottom of the ladder. That's for sure. And I think when I first started watching, that's when they had like Danny Ablett and Hawkins and those guys. They were certainly a very dominant team. Did I get? Give me a little more light on the end of this here. Yeah, let's do that on this side too. So over here, I think one of the hardest things for me to always figure out was you had some teams, like even Gold Coast, I think they have their own dedicated stadium. Now, obviously, the Eagles have their own stadium, but they're out there in Perth, so that doesn't count. But you have a bunch of other teams that, well, I don't think it's Etihad Stadium anymore, but obviously the MCG, Etihad, the SCG, multiple teams play there, and it's just you're the home team or the road team. Okay, so they. Oh, okay, so they. So it was 49 point. Wow, recoil. That was pretty darn close. I was only 1 point away. So Ray Division, yeah. It's not the Witten Oval, is it? No, that's. I think that's actually the doggies' practice field. Now, I do believe that Nick Naitanui retired a few years ago, right, from the Eagles. Speaking of West Coast, okay, I think now we got that pretty much set there. And yes, again, this Aussie Rules football presentation brought to you by Wampelville Sports Network. Y'all done learn more about Aussie Rules football than you ever thought you would know. Play on. I guess the question is, okay, so they're 11 and 8, 21 rounds, 2 games left. Who are they going to be against? And of course, those other 100 teams that are sitting there 10 and 8 or 11 and 8, whatever, who are they going to be playing? Are they going to be knocking each other off? But boy, I think that drops the Swans down to 5 losses right there. It's not like they're going to drop out of the top 8, but gee whiz. Oh yeah, and this is the only sport I know of with a double elimination playoff. So Megan, I think you've seen the APCC logo that we made. That was something that was inspired with Horns fan. Because again, Horns fan, Ryan, myself, we're all a big part of the college football report. Yeah, recoil, that's not exactly finishing strong. So who knows? Maybe Geelong or I know that Melbourne. Well, let's see. You got the D's are in the mix. I don't know about Essington. I don't think the Bombers are in that mix. I think even St. Kilda was briefly trying to make a run there. That was Kathy's team, the St. Kilda Saints. That was in the days when Nick Revolt was the captain. So everybody please check out that listing there that Megan just posted. That is Megan's fabulous Kathy Goblin that she painted. We are very much appreciative of that. He's trying to help us out here. And that would be the Hacken slash Cathy Goblin. And of course, while you're at it, little birthday wishes there for Megan. And I'm going to get my blending brush on that. That went a little wayward right there. Fine, I'm going to throw a little more light on the top of this thing up here. I have to say, I was not super convinced about these buildings here when I had printed these out. I thought, I'm not sure how they're going to be to paint. These have been immensely more enjoyable to paint than I ever expected. Yeah, these are from Hartolia Miniatures. He's also got a lot of historical terrain. So if you want Indian buildings, more of your Oriental style buildings, I think he might also have some Arabian style buildings too. But then all kinds of really fun, like Stalingrad terrain and such. Really amazing stuff. It tends to be very, very detailed. Generally, almost every single one of his files, it'll say, simplify model, or it's going to take a long time to print. I don't know. Maybe there's one time I should just let it do that. Not simplify it, and just see how much actual longer time it takes, and see if there's any difference in the detail. These are 3D printed on I almost said a Sonic Mini 4K. Holy smokes, that's a few years ago. On a Bamboo X1 carbon. Yes, that is a filament style printer. Actually, I'm getting hungry enough that filament. Ooh, you know what we never did do? We never did our gray in there. Filament is actually getting me thinking about Andy's Mints or Mint Melt-Away ice cream. This is a culinary channel after all, right, Recoil? So not only a cavalry channel, not only a Lord of the Rings channel, it's also an exercise channel. It's a Song of Ice and Fire channel. It's a terrain channel. Object source lighting, freehand, of course. But also, it's also a culinary channel. Yes, recipes, you name it. This is definitely a culinary channel. Wow, almost forgot that stuff in there. That would have been somewhat unfortunate. Oh, is that going to be too late? It's getting close to almost too late there. I don't even know if you can see it. It's hard to see it with the... Maybe if I do it like this here. I'm going to try somehow, some way to do this. And then do this. I mean, trying to hold it. There we go. Okay. That is real tough to work that down in there. So Megan, I would... That's because I'm going to be filming too. We also want to get it before that. So I'm thinking in the 4-ish range. That would be Central Time, if that's possible. Because I believe in that sort of between 1 through 4, I'm going to be trying to film. And then that would give me a chance to yeah, take all that stuff down and get ready for the for Monster Den Minis thing, while having maybe a few little vittles or something like that. So yeah, if 4 Central, so 5 your time, if that's not too awkward. Speaking of awkward, let's get rid of that. That was way too much there. I'm even gonna throw a little bit of dark over that. Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, between 4 to 6, that's good, Megan. Yeah, 4 to 6 in the afternoon there. Did I? You know what? Let me try to go a little one step later. No, let's yeah, I'm gonna try one step later. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna go back to something a little bit more towards the dark. Is there enough? Yeah, there is just enough fast matte white down here to maybe make that happen. There we are. Just a touch of this light here. Maybe a bit more over there. Yeah, I think we really need a bunch over here. A little bit on that edge too. Last of these walls to do the light blue stuff on. Like so. And there we got that now. Alright, I think, yeah, we've got that. That's pretty well set there. No, there's, well, I'll use this brush. Let me try to use this one. Maybe that won't quite work. I'm gonna get a little bit of the thinner on that. Hopefully that's not too torn up. I don't think so. I forgot that this is divided up right here with that little bit. Little more right there. Something here. And there we are. Okay. But Megan, I wish I could have used the Indanthrin blue. That's kind of my new fave blue there. But boy, that would take a while to dry, and unfortunately, but the combination of the Prussian blue and the ultramarine blue kind of comes comes close to replicating the what the Indanthrin blue looks like. And of course, you juxtapose it against all the golds and warm colors like this. It's not quite like Megan Violet, though, right, Megan? That is a totally unique color to Megan there. I think it is a named substance, Megan Violet.
Who enters my domain?
How's about we welcome in some Corvus Oculum. How you doing? Ah, boy, I wish I had some of my Creebane stands for my Dunlendings to show you. That would be very appropriate. So how you doing there, Corvus Oculum? Thanks so much for the raid. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, you go on ahead and do that. Now, what are we painting here? We've been painting up a bunch of Easterling terrain, so you might see a similarity in motif there. This is actually the top floor of a one, two, three-story building. So yeah, we've been painting all three floors. So this is your ground floor. That's the middle floor right there. Let me put this over here and this back over here, and then we can show you the building from last night. All of these are 3D printed. So there's our building from last night, and then the night before that was this was our first piece. That's the top, and there's the bottom right there. Again, we have all these fun little motifs right here. So thank you so much, Corvus. Appreciate you being here, and thanks again for the raid. Now, oh yeah, here's these are some of the references. So these are AI generated references right here that I made. Now that's obviously a little bit closer to our buildings. Well, the reason we did this is because I have some 3D printed walls, and we're going to do that kind of blue glazed brick. But as you can see, more Eye of Sauron motifs there. Again, that's kind of AI generated. Here's some other terrain we've been doing on stream. So those are also 3D printed for my Candish army. I think you can see how the color schemes there also are matching the yurts. So that green, oh look, it matches my green faction of the Candish army. So everybody please give Corvus Oculum a follow. And again, Corvus, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Last little bit of that. Now that I did that, I'm going to try and strengthen up this, and then we're going to put some more light on here. Do we want to go any lighter? Nah, I don't think so. I think we'll leave that go, because that got a little wonky on the top one, so we don't... The enemy of good is better. The enemy of completion is perfection. Right, Real Brush Guy? Everybody please check out Real Brush Guy. So Brush Guy, if you want to share something in the chat too, I know you got things you can. So great to see you there, Real Brush Guy. Now, of course, I won't even ask Real Brush Guy. I won't even ask, but it's almost like I feel obligated to know if they've ever bothered to fix that. Or could they just not be bothered, which is pretty much how that's gone, right? So yes, I will not officially ask, because it is just too painful. But here's hoping you still have had a chance to do some painting there. Hey, J Wedge, nice to see you too. Okay, that's good. That's good, Real Brush Guy. So I just felt bad asking. Now all of these are printed on a bamboo carbon X1, so you're talking about a filament style printer. Those yurts also printed on a filament style printer. Now, of course, using the oils really fill in those layer lines nicely. And of course, I mean, the X1 is a pretty snazzy printer, so there's not going to be quite as many of them to start with. Oh, geez, sorry about that, Brush Guy. So close, also so far. So again, Brush Guy, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And yes, Megan is still fighting away in that chat there, fighting away the sleep monster. Also, too, everybody say happy birthday to Megan, because it is well into Megan's birthday now. Let me see if I can't lighten up you a little bit more along the edge there, too. Oh, that's right, we want to get these things. Oh, geez, do I need to put more fast matte white out here? Hopefully this will work. Now that's fantastic, Imtiles. Now let's say you can paint up your Tomb Kings. I think your Imperial Fists are done, right, M-Toys? I remember that was that last year's or was that a year? Was that like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago? The Imperial Fists. Nice to see you there, Stevie. And again, Corvus, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. So my Easterling army, that was one of my very first Lord of the Rings armies back in the day. And we're making terrain for literally every single army in Middle Earth. I even have I've got stuff for Farharad, stuff for Umbar. I have a ton of Harad stuff printed out. We actually technically did paint one of those. Ah, that's fantastic, Brush Guy. Again, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. You know what? Maybe we'll stroll on over here to that Fulton, mix it up with the Van Dyke Brown, and we'll sharpen up some of these edges because those got a little wonky. Like that. Almost tempted to throw some of that here into the recesses of the blue. And we'll do this. Some dark there. What about these? I don't know if I do this. I'll have to do it on the other level too. Just got to remember that. Oh, and by the way, 5 hours ago, this had this had no paint on it here. So everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Rio Brush Guy just posted. And of course, everybody give Rio Brush Guy a follow on the Twitches. Also give Megan Paints a follow on the Twitches. Corvus Oculum a follow on the Twitches. Because the follows, they're free. Still, yeah, just let's roll with this Fulton here. What the heck? As we roll this away here. Just like that. Oh yeah, here, let's same deal. Let's strengthen up some of our lines here. Not sticking our hand on that too much. Oh, that's good to M-Toys. I'm sure too that there's all kinds of interesting 3D printable Imperial Fist shoulder pads and heads and all kinds of interesting conversion stuff. I mean, that's no problem, right? Landress, just print those up for you tomorrow.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Welcome back, Nevag. Happy Sunday morning to you. And thank you so much for that follow, Lunastair. Speaking of steer, I really wasn't expecting to have a steering contest with Sauron right here. This is I don't like these hobbit holes. Yeah, he did not mention a certain plant. He's been safe a couple times. He was safe all last night. All right, that's just average, but much better than this. Whenever he mentions Shireweed, the big Gandalf 6 turns into a 1. So thank you so much, Minister. Appreciate that. Now, speaking of steering, yeah, yeah, I win every steering contest, which is great. Not being able to blink, that's not so great. Yeah, look at me. He didn't sculpt you with eyelids either, huh? He's really not that smart, is he? So That would be the weeping angel. Look out for the weeping angel, because the weeping angel's always looking out for you. See what I did there? Yeah, that was years ago when we did our cookie decorating stream, and the weeping angel and the hype train were, well, they managed to survive all these years. Oh, you know what? Before we forget, you see, I already kind of did that over here. Well, we need to match what we did on the middle section here on the top section of our building. Do we have too much paint on that brush? Not really. Right here, just rolling with some of the asphaltum. We're just going to roll all the way around. This railing here, okay, a little more thinner, maybe, boy, not too much. Remember this, since this is the FDM style, too much thinner will mean that it's gonna just go whoosh, spread out like so, which we utilized that early on. Yeah, if you go back and watch the first part of this, holy smokes, this was quite the pin line wash extravaganza here. So remember on the channel here, you can always go back and watch every single episode from the start. They are all saved as highlights. Now, I can't put them in playlists necessarily like a YouTube channel, but they all have thumbnails like a YouTube channel. So you can go back and watch all the buildings that we've been painting. Heck, you can even go back and see some of the Easterlings. We also did some massive conversions. Oh yeah, speaking of which, this one was one. That's just a regular plastic cataphract that we turned into a fabulous war priest on horse. We did cloaks, armor, all kinds of stuff, plus the banner thing. So yeah, Corvus, I wish that I had my fabulous Creebane for my Dunlendings, because more crows, more better. Unless they're from Adelaide, right, Recoil? Yeah, not so much. That's another team that's kind of taken a hard fall. Now, Hawthorn, remember during the early part of the season, they were, I think they were something like 2-7 or something. Now I swear they're another one of those 10-8 teams. They came out of nowhere. Yeah, the Hawthorn Hawks, a long ways away from the old days of Buddy and let's see, who was the no, McCraw, that was West Coast. I'm trying to think who was the other big Hawthorn player in that. What, 3 years in a row did they win 3 premierships in a row? So see you later, Stevie. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. So yeah, Hawthorn, I believe it was, I don't know if they won 3 premierships, but I think they played in the finals 3 years in a row. Because I'm pretty sure that Buddy went from Sydney to Hawthorn, or was it the other way around? No, I think he went from Sydney to Hawthorn. Again, the Aussie Rules Football Report brought to you by Wobbleville Sports. Couple little darks up towards the top there too. Let's roll this in here. Fine, we'll get some of the dark underneath those. Now the other thing here that I haven't done anything on, because I was kind of waiting here. Do we use this thing? All right. Now here's hoping we don't just yank the roof off of this thing. But we need a little something under here. No, let me try this. Little bit of that, little bit of that. Okay, that's gonna be. Is it gonna be too dark? No. Okay, there's a little color on there now. I just gotta get a little something underneath here. Can't just be that basically black there. Nothing too fancy. Again, that's probably something that should be stripped away there, but I'm just gonna leave that on there. And then we'll do a little something on this here. Again, some light there. Also here. Any other light? Okay. Now, what about on the underside of you? Okay. See, I think that's what I need to tear away is that really flat stuff there to at least reveal this texture. But didn't have time to do that. All right, that's good. Well, let's get that same dark. I think we still have it on the brush here, sorta, kinda. You see what we're doing? Yeah, that is gonna go along here. In this corner, it's not pin line wash. It's super close, but not there. Very, very close. Push, get you out of the way there. Try it again here. And another little line right along there too. More dark right there. Catch a couple of things of dark on the undersides of these. Again, try not to stick my hand on that too much. Okay, we did all of those. Let's see if we can make that look a little bit more like a door, less like a jar. Yeah, okay, that's just tiny, tiny bit of texture on that. Yeah, something like that. More of our dark here and there. I'll be curious to see there. I think the building that I'm printing out is going to have tons of this. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Now, I got a couple of buildings that are much simpler. Obviously, they're supposed to be for more common folk, I guess you could say. But for the Easterlings, I was looking to have kind of a mixture of everything. Some regular houses, some more military-looking type buildings. Obviously, something a little bit more regal for, well, the Dragon Emperor. And we painted up the Dragon Emperor on stream on the palanquin and everything. So again, you can go check that out. Now let me see if I can't take this brush here. And we'll try to get a little more light on these walls here. Maybe not quite that much. We're just going to smush that around here with the filbert brush. Because remember, where's our little fancy light here? We're going to be putting one of these. And look at that. That's going to be very fun, right? So not super worried about all the details on the inside of the building. I'm going to get a little something there. Now I'm going to take this brush. Remember the almost kind of a terra rosa type of color that we mixed up here. Now for some of the boards. Now these boards are a whole lot longer than the boards on the bottom level for whatever reason. Because we haven't really touched this at all since we did the original kind of glazing and such in here. Grab some more of this. Turn it around. Put some of that down here. Maybe another little shot right there. What else is happening here? Let me throw some more light on this. Okay. Good to go on that. Where's that same filbert brush? Yeah, this thing. Nah, that's going to give me too much yellow there. Take a little bit more of the blue. Again, just trying to get me a little more of the light here inside this. And that's just the spray paint right there. So that was their first. There was no primer on this. Actually, just hit it with the Liquitex acrylic spray paints to get some kind of generalized lighter color, knowing that we would be hitting it with the oils and all of the glaze stuff that we did right at the start of this. Ah, okay, there we go. Missing some of the lighter stuff in there. Down here. What's happening over there? Let's get that too. Alright, now at least we got a little something in the interior here again. We don't have to go bonkers with that. I do have this darker stuff. Let me try something real quick. Ooh, that's too much thinner. Let's back away from that. Get a little less thinner. I'm just looking to maybe do something darker on these top edges of the window, maybe. Not very much, just a little something. And let's get some more of that paint back on that brush. Around the door frame here, a little something. Can I even get this brush down in there? Sorta. And I think then no more fooling around in there. That's it. Do I have any of my lighter gold color left here at all? I don't know. Yeah, boy, this is, remember I was talking about wanting to get back to the Saturday challenges where we're painting about 10 to 12 miniatures or something on a long stream. Well, here this is the Saturday terrain challenge here. This is definitely the most challenging painting of a terrain piece. Obviously, we've built a bunch of pieces on stream that were even more complicated than this. That was all that Rohan stuff, which now that does have some, that's got some paint on it now too. Thank goodness the Liquid stuff does not, it's foam safe, so it doesn't melt the foam. Which way we're using this? We're using this, it looks like here. Oh, be careful, too late. Just trying to bring back some of that wood texture. Lighten up this a little. And that. Anything else here? Sure. Take a little bit more of my light there. Also this. I'll try and get that top edge a little later. It's not exactly a continuous line, I'll tell you that. Plus, there's also some of the some of that fuzz that's kind of getting in the way. And that's about as late. See, we'll take our blending brush. That thing didn't go there. Oh, look. It's like we have an eraser. Let me try something here. I just want to see what happens when we do this. Oh, maybe that'll work. Where's my, there's my light brush there. Looking at the, you know what? Okay, fine. I will take some of my blue here, maybe. Let me try this. Oof. Feels too strong with that thinner. Boy, it's gonna be hard to reach this. So I think we'll just stick to the door frame there. Just to do the top of that. I'm also going to take a little bit of that into some of this too, just to, again, we have a whole lot of the yellow out here. We need to get a little something different in here. Not in every single one of these, just every so often. We put plenty of this greenish gray on our other buildings where there was the gold. So let's make sure we have at least some of that on here. Get more of our, yeah, some of our green on that too. See if I got working a little bit of that on the column here. It's not about changing the value, it's just about a little smidge of a color change. That's it. Also some over here. So Jet, I'm glad, again, I know I said it before, glad that you're starting to feel a little bit better. I know that was a little disappointing there. You had the dragon all printed out, and that took quite a while to print, a lot of effort there and getting it all ready to paint and such. So I know you must be chomping at the bit to get at that. I am going to let me go back to some of this darkest dark here. And maybe, yeah, here are a couple of cracks right there. Like this, and may actually even these have a couple of cracks in them there. And we'll get a little bit more of our dark right in there. Oh yeah, I can do a little dark on that. Alright, we got all those edges pretty well set, I think. I didn't even see these up here. Well, the other one had the, again, there's that extra roof that's already sitting on there. We can lighten these up too. Yeah, some of these other buildings that are going to be coming up, boy, they got a lot of complex stuff like this going on. Alright. Let's not go overboard with this lighter stuff right there. Yeah, Megan, I do think, well, you want to get yourself at least a little bit of sleep here. And actually, I might be heading over to Mini Maddie's because I think at least one of those, well, actually, I know a couple of my prints are done. And that is the critical thing tonight, is to get some of those, especially the resin stuff. I have to get that stuff drying overnight so that I could try and prep that for Monday. So thank you so much, Megan, for that. And everybody, please check out the, again, that's the auction there. A figure that Megan worked very, very hard on. Again, putting all kinds of loving details onto that. That is the Kathy Goblin from Hack and Slash. Now, everybody, please go look at it. And of course, check out all the other fabulous stuff that Megan has on the Instagrams too. I'm going to, no, that's a radiant green. Okay, let me get that down here a little bit more. Just like that. So good night there, Megan. Can appreciate you being here. And thanks again for that. And here's hoping that it gets to a grand finale there. So then we did get to spend, oh gee whiz, about the first 4 hours of your birthday there. So you have a good morning sleep. Yeah, not a good night's sleep anymore. Now it's a good morning sleep. I'm gonna at least, I don't know if I can do too much of this lighter stuff on the top of that. We don't want that over there. Maybe, let's see if we can put a little bit of it there. Very difficult to get anything down into there. So I think what we will do is we're going to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs, the follows, And the cheers, also the raids. And thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. Yet again, even though Armored Wolf has got all this stuff to do to get ready for Gen Con, which is again just coming up very soon. And if you are going to be at Gen Con, please be sure to visit the Armored Wolf booth while you're there. You won't be disappointed. And thank you so much for hanging out here, Recoil. Appreciate that. Oh, and thanks for being the on-field reporter there for the swans and doggies. Appreciate that, Recoil. Yes, and there's a little bit of Jiro there at the end of the stream, because Jiro, right? And good Jiro likes his pretzels too. Well, soft pretzels. He does not like hard pretzels. So thank you so much, Rico, and of course say hello to Mom and Squeak for me too. Let's do a little bit of a review here. So again, there's the top piece. This is our middle piece, and then